And we're live. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Wooly, welcome back from wherever the fuck non-existence realm you were at.
The realm of back pain. That's
Yes,
that.
that's
That's
right.
where I went.
And
Uh,
hello also to our guest, Doc Burford, or at Docsquiddy on Twitter. Hey, man, what up?
Hey, just looking at pictures of Nemesis from Resident Evil 3.
good.
What? Why?
I don't know. It was on Twitter.
Okay, that's cool.
That's the
I
good
like that.
absent energy that we want. We want that distracted, not quite fully there vibe. It's strong.
Wait, is it from RE3 or is it like from the Dead by Daylight version?
It's
'Cause
sorry,
he
3.
looks. Oh, okay. Because he looks.
Somebody
good in Dead
posted
by
pictures
Daylight.
of like every version, and I was just.
Some
I
are
had the tab up.
considerably much better than others.
Makes sense.
All right. So what's
Is it
up,
just-
Wooly?
Is it just me, or was his face a little weird in that Dead by Daylight trailer?
His face was actually way more weird in the remake itself.
Oh, so it stems further back. Okay.
So, in the 3 remake, his face was like pretty good, except for his teeth. His teeth were like completely flat and like no jagged edges. And in the Dead by Daylight one, his teeth are a little more fucked up and a little more realistic, but otherwise very the same.
Okay. Well, I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, that seems a little different from the last time I saw him in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Yeah. Correct. Anyway, so yes, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you with us, Doc.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, for anyone who's not in the know, Docsquiddy, as he's known on Twitter, is the genius behind Adios, the game that we were pumping up big, I would say, a couple weeks ago.
And Paratopic, my favorite game that I don't understand at all.
In general, what we were describing as a work of short narrative genius. Not to, pile it on here, but that shit was pretty cool, man.
I mean, I had fun watching, right? Just seeing, the responses to it, watching both of you kind of play it and how you were reacting. It's like very few things are as validating as that. Just watching somebody play your game and like get it. And I felt like both of you got what I was going for, which made me really, really happy. I don't know if I'd call it a work of genius, but
What was the intention behind the dinner scene that the farmer is so nervous that he has trouble making himself dinner?
So I'm trying to figure out the nicest way to say this.
Uh-huh.
Our programmer and I had a little bit of an argument. Cameron is a wonderful person, but we were arguing about how to implement the scene, and he really wanted to make it physics based, and I was like, I don't know if we're good enough to do that yet. So it's a physics based scene. I think maybe in hindsight it would have been better if it wasn't physics based, and you click on where it goes and it just appears there. But it's physics based, and that leads to unintentional comedy. To me, having a last meal was really important for that scene. Like, I really wanted the player to kind of sit there and go, "What would I get for my last meal?" Which is one of the reasons why there's a breakfast burrito in the fridge. Is like you could just eat a breakfast burrito as your last meal. You could do it, but it doesn't have to be that. You can cook your own last meal. And so I tried to put a few meals in there, but because it's physics based, I think it's a little It's our team's first time making a game together, so
my
it is what it
rendition
is.
of that was that I was very nervous.
Okay, I was gonna say, how did your cooking go? Because mine was a struggle.
Mine, I like outright failed, and I think I had to restart from a checkpoint.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Well, I mean, it's like I don't throw the term around in general, but no, I really do say narrative genius because I do feel that like there aren't a lot of games I experience that have like just a really specific attention put towards the writing,
Yeah.
and the way that like in a really short experience you get pretty much all the context you need from just like what's mise en scène and like what and the relationship that these two characters have, and it's the kind of thing that I'm like, I want more video games that are like this, just like a short narrative, really tight story, you know?
I think a big part of that was because of how we started, right? Like a lot of people when they start with a game, I was reading a Reddit thread by some guy and he's like, how do you guys come up with your game mechanics? Like I'm trying to come up with a core loop, and he's talking about like very sort of video game academic, like, oh, I just learned how to make games on YouTube terminology, which is what you get when you're new. But he's talking about like what he's trying to like make a game, and I'm just like, I read an article about a person who fell down in her pig pen after a seizure and was eaten by her pigs, and that was really interesting to me because it felt sad, and I wanted to capture that feeling.
Wow.
So I sat down and I planned out the game in just a couple like Discord conversations, and like it was about a month, and then we had it pitched. And we were at GDC talking to people about like, hey, do you want to give us money so we can make this really weird game? And of course, every reaction was, what the fuck? But ID at Xbox gave us a little bit of cash to help us get going, and we made the game because of it. I don't think it would have worked without the voice acting, so we could have made it for free with like no voices. It would not have been as good.
No.
Oh
I
man,
like,
it
no,
definitely
you need that.
would have not worked at all without the voice acting.
You need that, yeah. Like it like reading that script out would be, you know, like a kind of interesting little kind of ditty, but like it's memorable because of the voice acting, I would say. And I think
I had to
like
go back and change some of it too, just because the voice actors would read lines differently, and we were better because of that. Like they would be like, huh, maybe this sounds better, and then they'd ask if they could do it, and I'd be like, absolutely, go for it, and they do it, and it was just incredible. So it's not just my script. The actors, they changed it a little bit. Like it's not like most of those 4,700 words or so are mine, but there are just some sentences and stuff I had to go back and like change in the actual text, and I think I missed one because people commented on it. I think Wooly in your stream, they're like, hey, the subtitles don't match the thing. It's like, fuck, I missed one. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Are you telling me, narrative genius behind Adios, that it is not a sole invention of your own twisted mind?
Nothing is. I mean, that's just the truth of it, right? You got to collab with people.
Do you guys remember that old, I think it was IGN article, might have been PC Gamer, that was interviewing Warren Spector, and the quote is
IGN,
like,
yeah.
I was like, I really think that like individuals get too much credit. It's a huge team effort, and then the end quote, and it says Warren Spector, creator of the Thief and Deus Ex franchises. I was like, fucking come on.
I think a pretty like after, you know, thinking about it after completion, a takeaway that I dig is that something I'm always like a fan of and I look for is familiar stories or ideas told from a different perspective that kind of present you with, you know, more insight on something that would otherwise be dismissed. And to relate it to this, the vibe I get is like this kind of story would be a side quest in a game about the mafia guy, right? Like,
yeah,
this is the kind of story where if you're playing, you know, some big action game and you have L and R are going to be aimed down the sights and shoot your gun, right? Then you're going to have a side quest where you have someone you go talk to, and then you have to make this tough decision, and then in the end you do your job and go back and get your pay, and the story goes on because whatever, you know. But
yeah,
but just kind of like taking the camera and putting it over here instead, you get to focus on more minute, more, you know, like subtle things, and like go look at his pop can collection, have the phone calls that you have, and all these things that you otherwise wouldn't spend attention telling or really like doing in a game that was about the action guy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so the first game that I thought of that kind of actually takes place in this world, I didn't even realize was in this world, because there's several, right? But the very first one was actually Adios 2, which obviously hasn't been made yet. But that game starts with you at a fried rice stand, like on a beach somewhere, and you're making food for people. And then some guy comes up and he's like, hey, I know you. You're that guy that used to kill people, and I want you to kill somebody for me, or I'm going to tell people that, you know, you're not actually dead, because he faked his death. And it took me years to realize, oh, that's Hitman. So Adios 2 is going to be Hitman's game, but it's a very different game than still the action thing. Like we're still going for that goal of like telling a story that's not the kind of story you'd expect. And it's because I've played so many games that are like the same kind of story that it's boring. Like, why would I want to make something somebody else made when I could make something I haven't seen before?
Precisely.
You know, and I was sitting there at GDC, and there's this person named Kevin, and Kevin was giving a talk on a game called, I want to say, Southern Monsters or Southern Monster, I believe, and it's a game they kickstarted, adventure game about a like living in Arkansas, and they mentioned something about how some people had commented like, oh, I've been to this house like that you have art from, like I know what this house is even though I've never actually been to the game house, like I recognize this space. And for me it was like a light bulb just, you know, flicking on in my head, like that's what I've been chasing this whole time, and I finally, somebody's put it to words, just me sitting here in this talk listening, and it was like, I want to make sure that that's what I'm capturing. And so it let me kind of center in on like what I'd already been thinking about but didn't have words for. And that kind of became my goal for everything after. So like, you know, I'd be driving past this beat up car place, and they had all these old cars out front, and one was an El Camino. It was like, that is the ugliest car I've ever seen. Like, I love El Caminos. They're just terrible cars. And so I've been putting one in every game that I have since. Obviously, you know, when I freelance on something like Hard Space Shipbreaker, I can't put an El Camino in that game. But, you know, when I have control, when I can do it, you know, obviously if I make a fantasy game, an El Camino is not going to make sense. But when I can put it in a...
You don't know that.
Game. I mean, it's true. I don't know that. I might find a way to put an El Camino in a fantasy game. But for the time being, what I'm doing is, you know, trying to make these, like, spaces that feel real and lived in a way that a game often doesn't, because a game is like copying what movies are doing. Like, you know, you play Grand Theft Auto 5 and it's like, oh, these guys just really like Martin Scorsese. You play Red Dead Redemption, oh, hey, look, it's Sam Peckinpah. I want to be like, no, this is like a thing you haven't seen before, and it's familiar, but it's making you consider it in a way you haven't. So I'm always looking for little details. Like, drove past a sushi bar one time, and they had like, you know, we have all these things, and then they just had it like X'd out one of their dishes on the sign, and I'm like, why would they X out like one dish? Like, why is takoyaki suddenly X'd out, right? And you can put little details like that in there, and then you can have a conversation where they talk about it. So when I talk about the chestnut trees in Adios, I know a lot of people are like, what's the point, right? I grew up and I worked for a guy who was, he wouldn't tell me where he found one, but he found an actual chestnut tree that had not caught the blight. And he's like, it's a secret. I can't tell anyone. If it ever gets out, like a bunch of people try to go, you know, see it or whatever, it could get contaminated. Like, to him, it was this treasure he was protecting. And that was really fascinating to me, that obsession with, like, chestnut trees. So, you know, I put that in the game partly for that reason, and partly because I really want to show off Saul, because we only get, like, a couple scenes with him. But he has an entire game. Like, I want to give him a whole game. But having him kind of show up in that scene and read it wrong, like go, oh, is this, you know, seeing this chestnut tree, is that like don't trust outsiders? And Farmer's like, no, it's not about that. I don't know what it's about. That was important to me, so that we get Saul and we'll understand him more later, because the real quote-unquote genius of this game is I'm planting seeds for like a bunch of different games, and if even one of them comes out, people are going to be like, oh my god, he did it. And I'm like, yeah, I was hedging my bets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is one of those games Horse Game?
Yes. Yes, one of those games is a horse game. So, you know, that'll be Alan Wake sized video. Like, it's literally me making an Alan Wake fan game almost, right? Except that the bad guys are horses. One day I'm gonna get to make that game. I'm really excited about it.
So,
but you know,
so please look forward to the Adioverse.
Probably, yeah.
Are we coining this term right now, the Adioverse?
I think I've just been calling it the Tex-Mex universe.
Sure.
Because all the names in that universe, except for Horse Game, which has a different name, all the game names I have for that are Tex-Mex related. Like the one about the El Camino, where they talk about giving it to a guy who's fighting in the Gulf War, which is weird because the game is in 1992, so it's weird that the Gulf War is still ongoing, but there are reasons for that, which is that Saddam Hussein is resurrecting Ishtar, the goddess of the dead. But that's a whole other thing. But yeah, that guy has his own game, and he's kind of, I'm not gonna say the main character of the universe, but the character Slick, who's mentioned there, shows up in every single game, or at least is referenced in every single game in that universe. And I'm really excited by him. He's like my favorite character ever. He's just incredibly sad and has just great abs.
I'm gonna take a second
past
that Saddam Hussein and Ishtar comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a second here. I'm seeing it. I'm watching the live chat while you're talking, Doc, and I see a lot of like just overt confusion. And as somebody who's been talking to Doc for quite a while, no, he's not joking. He actually means that. In the background of Adios, Ishtar is being resurrected. It's a whole thing.
Yes. Yeah. A lot of people ask me, like, how do you come up with your ideas or whatever? It's like, look, it's very simple. I take pride in coming up with ideas that sound impossible and then making them possible. Like, nobody thought Adios could get made except the nice people at Microsoft before it got made. Like, when people heard it, like, oh, this is a game about a pig farmer who, doesn't want to dispose of bodies for the mob anymore, they're like, what does that even look like? They couldn't envision what that game might be. And I take a perverse pleasure in being like, it's this, and it works somehow. That's where the fun is like coming up with the impossible. Now my next game, probably gonna be a waifu simulator. But that's a whole other.
That's a whole other related thing. To the Tex-Mex shenanigans?
It's not. It's the cheapest game we think we can make based on the amount of money we made from selling Adios. We can't just go into Project D or any of the other projects I want to make. Can't make the big open world RPG I want to make. About the boy who's got cursed to have a head of a cow. I can't do anything like that. So for now, we're making a waifu/husbando simulator. That's a small isometric RPG.
Well, my favorite part of these meaningful scenes that are written in is my ability to any percent speedrun QA skip them with one frame links into bug skips, because apparently that's a thing.
when you skipped the dog, it broke me. That for me, that the whole game builds to that scene, and then you got past it, and Cameron and I are just sitting there going, "What the fuck?" And we found it. It's like, oh yeah, there's about a 1 second window where if you do something with the phone right before it, it will actually skip that scene. So we patched it. It shouldn't be skippable anymore, but. God, I mean, you can only do so much QA, especially when it's two people who are running out of money, and we've got nothing left in the tank, basically.
I mean, but also terrifying. No, my testing aura is it comes out even when I don't want it to happen on stream constantly.
Some people have it, some people don't. You, Paige, and Shy break everything you fucking touch. I seem to be spared from this curse. But you three, every time I see you do anything, the shit just completely flies apart.
But it's like
it helps us though.
Pardon?
We're grateful for it. It helps us. We're grateful for it. So because it means we can fix it.
Yeah, no, sure. I didn't write up a bug report and submit it to the database, but I thought those days were behind me. But they're following me in everything I play. But the fact though that it was it wasn't one of the beginning or middle things. It was those final scenes it builds up to give you kind of one of these is going to break you, right? Either your phone call or the dog. One of these scenes is going to annihilate you, the player, and pick and choose which one almost, And I mean,
it was funny because right after Wooly beat Adios, I talked to him about it, and I was like, oh man, that dog scene's the best in the game. He's like, really? Because I felt that the phone call was the best in the game. And it's fascinating.
Because go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say what's so great about your observation there is that's the reaction I'm seeing to the game. People mention one of the two scenes. They all of them are those scenes are the ones they always zero in on. They'll talk about the other scenes, but those are the ones. And I mean, that's the point though, right? I wrote the game building up to those scenes, so I know they're gonna happen. and like I'm building everything to get you there. It's like, you know, people always talk about the punchline in a joke. They don't talk about the setup that much. But you need that setup to get the punchline. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you know, if you just shout to get to the other side, who gives a shit, right? And it's the same with like horror games. You can't have horror unless you had terror building up to it, where people are afraid. You know, people are always like, "Oh, I prefer the horror games when there's that sense of like creeping dread that builds up to whatever the shock is," right? Well, yeah, it's literally all joke construction, setup, payoff. That's it, and that's what those scenes are. Is they are the payoff, and it's really interesting how people respond to one or the other more. It makes me really happy. It's like I covered everybody.
Yeah, it really, that's the thing. Like after, again, like, yeah, Pat brought that up. I was just like, yeah, okay, no, this, whichever hits closer to home, like these are two experiences that a lot of people are gonna have, you know, and it absolutely just it nailed that. Well, I'm glad I was able to like load back in and get the dog scene, you know, but yeah, those are definitely the two that stand out. I'm curious, how do you feel about the term walking simulator?
So I love it, but that's because, so unlike a lot of people who grew up, you know, oh, I had this console when I was really young. I have fond memories of playing games with my parents, blah, blah, whatever. I don't have any of that. My parents hated video games. They think they're evil. I still get, like, a couple weeks before Adios came out, my dad actually texted me, basically said, God does not support you making this game. Okay, so I'm kind of fighting against a current. It was much longer than that, but that's the gist of it. I'm kind of fighting, you know, against the current to get games made, right? I don't have that kind of familial support that a lot of my other dev friends have. Like, oh yeah, I was talking with my, you know, my brother or my sister about this game. I mean, I don't have any of that. So, as a result, there were very few games I was allowed to play growing up. Like a couple educational games, Geo Safari, Number Maze, Oregon Trail. Dad got upset at Amazon Trail when he found out there's like a Mystic Panther in it, and so he stopped letting us play it. But one game that they did let me play was Microsoft Flight Simulator. And that's how I got into modifying airplanes. Like the first time I used the internet was so that I could get more planes for Flight Simulator. One time a friend came over and we were talking about it. I was like, yeah, this is the only game Dad lets me play. And I heard Dad yell from the other room, it's not a game, it's a simulator. So that was how he justified it, I guess, was that it's a simulator, it's not a game, so it's okay. But as a result, I have a huge affinity for, affection for flight simulators. And once I dropped out of flight school because my health was bad, and they were like, yeah, even though you're an amazing pilot, you're not going to be allowed to fly planes for real anymore. You got to figure out some new career path. That was like my entire life. And it just all fell apart in about 2008. It was like, oh my God, I can't do this thing I've been trying to do since I was 2 years old. What am I going to do? And when I went back to school, it was like, what if I did like make flight simulators instead of, you know, actual flying stuff? And, you know, as a result, I kind of started to get into actually like making just games in general and not just flight simulators. But as a result, yeah, when I hear the term walking simulator, to me, it's an affectionate term. I know that there are people who dismiss it, and I actually had some friends who were like, why don't I see Adios in the store? Oh, it's because I blocked the walking sim tag. And there's nothing we can really do about that, right? But for me, it's even more complex than this. Like, I'm sorry this is a long answer, but
no, that's exactly what I wanted.
Okay, good.
We have a guest on the podcast so that they talk to us.
I asked a question that I thought would elicit perhaps something interesting. Yeah.
I hope this is okay. So every E3, some asshole comes out and is like, "Oh, there's violent games on stage, and it sucks, and we should have more non-violent games." And then they invariably mention like walking sims, right? But walking sims kind of suck ass. Like, to put it politely, walking sims have a lot of like, you walk around and somebody talks at you, and you just hear the actually more interesting story being told your direction while you walk around. Like, Adios would suck if you played the game as Bill, who shows up at his dad's house after his dad's gone, and you like hear echoes of his dad's story. That would not be interesting, right? It's more interesting to play horseshoes or to hold a shotgun next to the guy who's got to kill you, right? And that's why there's the achievement where you can point the gun at the guy and it goes, nice try, right? Because we know the player's going to want that. There were originally going to be like several different places you could do that in the game. Like you could slam the car door on his head and then it would rewind. Things or you could shoot him and it would jib him and then it would rewind. We were gonna do things like that, ended up not doing it, but the nice try achievement is kind of still communicating that yes, Farmer thinks about it. He thinks about fighting back, but he chooses not to. But every time I hear somebody be like, "Oh, non-violent games are so good," and then they mention these games that don't have verbs, it's like, "Oh, this sucks." So in 2017, when I started thinking about this, and I came up with the thing that became Paratopic, it was like, what if we do a bunch of different verbs? So I had driving, talking, because so many of these walking sims are solipsistic, right? You're walking around empty space, you're the only person who exists. So like
making me think of like here everybody's gone to the Rapture.
Right,
Where,
you're the only
you don't do anything.
Yeah, there's no real people around, right? So my very first thought was, okay, you should be able to talk to somebody. So there's a huge gas station sequence with the random dude you could just talk to, because I figured to make a walking sim actually mean something, you should be able to talk to other people because humans don't exist in a complete vacuum. There's always somebody else somewhere. So for me, I did that, and then I was like, well, I'm always mischievous as a person. I'm always going to do something, inappropriate or whatever in the worst time. So I obviously had to put, shooting someone into a walking. I wanted to make a violent walking sim. So, I gave you a gun and I had you shoot a person because that was what all these people were saying makes walking sims good, is that you don't shoot people. So I was like, oh, well, you got to shoot somebody. So then that idea evolved, and once I, moved on to work on Adios, it was the same kind of thing. Like, I would love to be making these, huge mechanics-heavy, combat-heavy video games, right? But I can't do that because I am poor. I had to do a GoFundMe so I could get dental surgery. Like this, I'm not some guy who could just, walk into like Sony or Microsoft and be like, give me, $50 million to make Death Stranding or whatever. I can't do that. So I have to be like, please, sir, can you give me some, like table scraps, like couch change so that I can make something? And so walking sims are one of the cheapest things that you can build, right? There's like twin sticks, walking sims, and what's the other one? I don't know, I'm blanking. There's a couple different like cheap games that you'll get in like random indie bundles and stuff. That
Nintendo Hire This Man, Unreal Engine Forest games.
I mean, yeah. There's
or Unity rather.
There's so many walking sims or first-person horror games that are basically just walking sims. Like, ooh, there's no monster, there's no combat, run and hide. That's a walking sim. It just has, a hide mechanic added to it. These are like very cheap games to make. It's why there are so many in these like crap bundles that you can buy. So this is me trying to make the cheapest game I could make, and doing the best I could with it. Right, so we have a ton of verbs like milking goats, shooting a man with the goat milk, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Talking to a horse, talking to the guy who's gonna kill you, making food. Like, had a lot of different verbs beyond just like listening to a story being told at you about something completely unrelated. Having people around was crucial, even though we didn't have a lot of money, so we only have 5 characters in the game, and only 2 of them are visible. And one of them only has it's got like 10 lines, I think. It's really short.
Yeah, he rolls,
right? But
rolls out, yeah.
I was so lucky that Julian was down to play him. Because Julian was like, there's not a lot of like lines here. Like, how do I really get a sense of who this character is? It's like, okay, let me tell you his entire story. So I told him as much as I had for like what his whole game is going to be. He's like, all right, this helps me get into character. And it's so fun to work with actors because they want to embody your character. They're bringing them to life. There's nothing like having an actor bring the character to life. So that's a very long, rambly way of saying I love the concept of walking sim. I love being told, hey, I have no problem with the moniker, right? But so many of the games don't have verbs, and I think games need verbs to be meaningful in some way. And some people have got really mad at me about it. I wrote an article for a certain very famous video game magazine one time where I basically said, look, the reason that, Gone Home sold like a bajillion copies was because no one really knew what it was going to be. And when Tacoma came out and it only did 10,000 copies, that's because people had kind of figured out what these kind of games are, and they're not as interesting. It's why the Chinese room temporarily shuttered, because all these walking sim studios that made these big, acclaimed games that press liked, they got magazine covers and all this stuff, they just started kind of disappearing or not selling very well. And it's because people kind of figured out, oh, you don't really do much. You like hear a story, and subject matter isn't enough to carry a game. You need to be part of the story rather than hear a separate story from what you're doing. And when all you're doing is walking, it's boring. Hence me adding things like milking goats and playing skeet, shotgun.
That's something that's come up a lot in whenever I've described like shonen anime. One of the things that I see that happens really often, nowadays at least, is like there's the current story going on, but the generation that came before the current story are the badasses that you can only hear about. All the cool stuff happened in the past off screen, and you have to deal with the shitty, lamer new version of it.
I did appreciate that My Hero Academia does give us some of that, though, like with the fight with what is it, All for One.
Even though they're 1% like busted up old man versions of their existing selves, it's still 100 times crazier than everything you've seen up until that point.
It was a big build up to it, right? It was like three or how many seasons in,
But I think in general, absolutely. Like, I think I would rather see what was happening the generation before, like Naruto does his tournament arc. Has there ever been a tournament arc that's any good? I can't think of one I personally enjoy.
I mean, look,
depends what you're looking for.
I still stand on Rock Lee versus Gaara. Like, I'm
because I dig tournament arcs myself,
but because I think the tournament arc thing is just, it serves a purpose by introducing you to the cast of merch we're gonna sell you, and pick your favorite is all it is. It's a character select screen showing off what these characters do, like walking by an arcade machine and seeing a demo play for the rest of the story, essentially. And I mean, it does that job well. But it is pretty fucking played, Yeah,
I could see that. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I should mention that article I said that I wrote. Some other editor, my editor loved it, but some other editor was like, this guy's shitting on, my friends who make these video games, and I don't like it. This guy's probably some horrible person. And so he spiked the piece. So I ended up posting it on my blog, so it's not on famous video game website, but that's okay.
It's fascinating to me to hear these descriptions, because I'm looking at the Chinese. You mentioned Chinese room specifically, and so did I without realizing it when I talked about Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. And I don't typically think of games in terms of verbs. That seems like kind of a developer's point of view that I have not happened upon, but I'll try and incorporate it, because I'm looking at Dear Esther, Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. All games that I played. And all games that for their entire run times, I was sitting there going, when is something going to happen?
Yeah.
So, or the difference between, say, Gone Home and Firewatch, right? Having someone to talk to, actually.
Yeah. I haven't played Firewatch personally, but I really loved What Remains of Edith Finch, which had, tons of verbs, right? Like, you play as an octopus monster at one point, or you eat toothpaste, or, there's just a lot of stuff that happens in that game, like things you do. And when you do things, I think games are, like, that's what makes games interesting, right? Is doing things. Holding down W on my keyboard, not interesting. To me, at least.
I'm just realizing, I'm thinking about Paratopic. And Paratopic is, like, because we're talking about, like, say, Everybody Gone to the Rapture. You walk up to a glowing thing, and somebody tells you a story that may or may not have anything to do with shit. And I'm thinking about Paratopic, in which, like, there's less than zero exposition. I feel like I came away from that game more confused about what it was than before I had started playing it.
Okay.
What's it, like? Basically,
I don't even know what it is,
sits
actually.
there and tells you anything. I was doing lots of things.
You were doing lots of things.
at no point did anyone come to tell me anything other than that they needed tapes, and then their head grew into a void.
Oh, is this like a spooky PS1 demake type thing?
Yeah, it was. I think we kind of kicked off that entire PS1 horror boom.
Okay.
Because we were like 2018, and then a bunch of games came after that. So I think that's like Paratopic was the game that set that up. But so that game's a little bit weird because I was going for like with my own approach to the game, right? Because I'm the one who came up with the original pitch and pitched it to these other people, and then we went and made the game together. But the pitch that I had was like, I really want to focus on like the emotionality of it, right? So, it is told out of order, but every scene is intended to build to, this emotion leads to this emotion, which leads to this emotion. So you were going on an emotional arc that still leads to its own, punchline. But at the same time, you're working with different people, and they all have different approaches or things that they want to achieve with the game. So some of the scenes end up having a different order than what I personally would have gone with, which isn't necessarily the right or the wrong thing. The game still had an impact. A lot of people still like it. But as a result, some of the scenes are in sort of a different order, or you had people going, well, one person was like, hey, I think the game is going to be too short if we don't extend it somehow, so I'm going to pad it out by making the driving sequence really, really long. So we had a different voices talking about how to direct that game, because it was kind of not hit bashed, but like it's a game where it was very by committee in our design approach. Like everybody had a say in how it was made. So I can tell you what I was thinking, but I can't tell you what other people were thinking. And I could tell you that there is a clear plot that happens in the game, but because the scenes are told out of order, built more for the emotion of the thing rather than like a clear series of like cause and effect that goes from A to B to C. If you reorder the scenes, you can figure out what happened, which is very simple, which is there's a monster in the woods killing people. Somebody's trying to capture it on tape. He captures it, killing a photographer on tape. The tape itself becomes haunted. Anyone who watches that tape or tapes like it, their body is changed. And then we follow the tape as it's being smuggled away from where the murder scene happened. There is an assassin. She is trying to clean things up, so she kills one of the people who was distributing tapes, and then she goes out to the woods to get like the CCTV stuff or the photographer's camera that may also have pictures of the thing on it. And she finds the body and decides, even though she shouldn't, even though she's trying to clean it up, keep it all secret, she decides to call the cops and, be like, hey, there's a dead girl out here and you should save her. It was supposed to be part 1 of 5, so that's only the pilot episode. It is what it is. But that's basically what it is. There is a story there, but it's a game we made in a couple of months while I was homeless, so difficult. I think one of the other people working on it was sleeping on a couch somewhere. It was made under difficult circumstances. But yeah,
I didn't. I hadn't heard of it until now, and I'm looking back. It says 2018 here. So, did you go right back to back from this straight into Adios?
Yeah.
Okay, right away. Okay.
There was I think we released it on Itch in March. I had my heart surgery from crunch on that game. Never crunch, it's bad for you. But I crunched on that and just freelance work trying to keep some roof over my head. I ended up working 20 hours a day for 2 weeks or some shit. Crunch nearly killed me, had to get heart surgery. Then we did a Steam release in September and tried to figure out what to do next. And I eventually decided, I don't ever want to work this much again. I don't want to end up in the hospital again. So I set up a new team.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
And decided...
Yeah, no, that fucking sucks, man. I didn't realize how much you've been through here. That's
there's a lot. There's a lot. But yeah, I was like, I want to set up a team where I can ensure that the schedule is really relaxed and I can ensure no one's crunching and the buck stops with me. So I created a team and I put in our paperwork from whenever anyone joins. It's hey, if if you're forcing other people to crunch or if you're, bigoted or whatever, we can fire you. I made sure that this is Mischief is a studio where everyone is protected. Everyone is safe. No one can be if anyone works on a game that I've directed and the work on the game like puts them in the hospital, I feel like I would have failed at some point. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to ensure a
correct.
place where that doesn't happen. Because I have friends who like, you know, they work for these big AAA studios and they work really long and hard in their 20s, and by their 30s they're like, I'm going to die. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't though. Like, if you love doing this thing, you shouldn't be in a situation that makes you be like that. So
You see
I'm
that a
trying to
lot in
create-
our line of work as well. It's really like
Yeah.
dramatic.
Yeah, no one should have to suffer through that. Like, people should be able to work on the thing they love in a healthy way. And so like on Mischief, Cameron is a wonderful hard worker. He's my co-owner in the company, but he sometimes just will end up working on the weekend or working like super late at night. So, you know, I sneakily bought him a copy of Neo 2 for his birthday, allegedly. And then he started playing that and went back to like normal healthy work hours because he was wanting to play Neo 2. And it's like, see, you know, if I have to trick you into taking care of yourself, I'll fucking do it, you know, because it's team health is the most important thing. I would rather make a game that's not perfect on launch, you know, because we can patch whenever. I would rather make a game that's not perfect on launch because our team worked like 35 to 40 hours a week than have a game that's like Naughty Dog level of, ooh, we have a, you know, 98 on Metacritic with the most critically acclaimed video game of all time, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't care if there's human sacrifice required to get there. Like, human sacrifice should never be required to make a game. So
yeah, like you put that game out, but people are like sleeping under their desks and shit.
Yeah,
right?
Naughty
Like,
Dog
just-
is a pretty prescient example of like, you know, we could make the Metacritic go up by 1 if we took somebody's leg and ground it into the discs.
yeah.
And, I mean, and it's like, and it's the type of thing that you see, like, well, at least back in my day from, you know, QA, however many years ago, like, you would, like, with each department, with each position, at each team, internally, especially, you'd have people that would, like, show up to the job, like, pretty much like, you know, going, yes, I can deliver this. I want to get into games. I want to build experience. I want to do all of this. And then I have a thing I'd like to build towards. I have a dream, a position, something creative I want to do, whatever it is. It's like the sight beyond what this current step is, you know, and they are excited about that type of thing. And you see the burnout that not only physically destroys you with crunch and everything and people getting sick and just, you know, like all the pressure, but it also like annihilates that ambition and it kind of like puts you into a shell version where you're like, I'll show up and deliver what I can because this is as much energy as I have. And if you have that state of mind for, you know, sometimes like 5-10 years, like you kind of just drop what else you wanted to do because it affects you permanently in like the worst possible way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have, like, burnout has hit me so hard that there are days when I just can't think. You know, I have other issues, like real health issues that have impacted me. I am, you know, disabled, but discovering I had a congenital heart defect because I was working hard on a game I was really excited for, that changed some things fundamentally within me as a person. It made me go, okay, I have to make things healthier, right? Because I can't do this twice. I will die. And I don't want to die for this shit. Like, I'm here to make a lot of games. I can't do that if I'm dead, right?
That's a pretty good
you know,
reason.
Right. And, you know, it's because you have people like, well, I can do it right now. I don't see the problem. It's like, well, that's the thing about burnout. Burnout sneaks up on you. It is a insidious process. You don't know it's happening until after you are permanently damaged by it. But, you know, there's also this thing, like a lot of bad people that I've like worked for over the years, right? Like I've done a lot of consulting I can never talk about, right? And every time I see an unhealthy AAA team, it's because you have some guy who's, you know, not always one guy. It's culture. It's, you know, a ton of people in leadership. But there's always somebody who's like pushing everybody, and they're like, "Oh, this is how we're gonna get the best out of them, is if we make them desperate or whatever." And no. Look at auteur theory. The whole key, like all these people, you know, the Warren Spector thing. Like a lot of people, are like, "Oh, there's no such thing as auteurs in games." Blah blah blah. No, there are. Auteurs are real, because the whole idea of auteur theory was like a bunch of French guys going, how is it that I can recognize a director's work compared to, when a lot of people work on a movie, why do I see that director? What makes them obvious to me?
Why is it that you can look at a Kojima trailer and within 10 seconds go, this is a Hideo Kojima game?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he does cut him himself, but even then, if somebody else cut it, you could still tell it's a Kojima game. Part of it is auteurs are good to work with. There are artistes, the guys who are like, I'm the prima donna, everyone should, do what I want, right? The guys who want yes men. That's like, I hate to say it, but that's part of the problem that George Lucas had, right? He surrounded himself with yes men, and we get the prequel trilogy. He still got a lot of good ideas, but part of the reason that the original trilogy was so good is he had a lot of people telling him no. Good, like, actual auteurs are good to work with because people keep wanting to work with them. If you go look at Quentin Tarantino, right? Look how many times Samuel Jackson works with him. Part of the reason is Samuel L. Jackson likes working with Quentin Tarantino. When you look at Hideo Kojima, it's always Shinkawa doing mech designs with him. Martin Scorsese, I believe, had the same editor for, like, ever. Steven Spielberg has the same cinematographer until he retired, and then he got a new cinematographer and hasn't ever used... Like, it's all Janusz Kaminski after Jurassic Park. Like, every movie after that. It's all the same guy.
Curious
because
how I'm just thinking there hasn't been any repeat talent across Quantic Dream games that I can think of. Interesting.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah,
that is kind of interesting.
When you create a working environment that is positive and healthy, people will keep working with you. And when that happens, you develop institutional knowledge, which is something that people, like, I've heard guys at AAA studios say things like, it's good that we have burnout because it means we're always getting fresh voices and talent.
Oh my God.
That means you're never... Yeah. That means you're never preserving institutional knowledge.
That means nobody knows what they're doing. It's everybody's first day forever.
Well, yes. And so when a guy left Naughty Dog, there was a guy, he'd been like a BioWare developer, and he got a chance to work at Naughty Dog, and he took it because Naughty Dog has incredible animations. He was an animator, and he really wanted to work there. So he did. Well, he quit on The Last of Us 2, and he did a Twitter thread where he talked about it, and he says the part of the problem is they just have, like, new people all the time, and he said a team of professionals would have shipped The Last of Us 2, like, last year. And it's still not out at that point. He's like, and the reason is because basically everybody's juniors. And I mean, me as a game designer, like, I can see this in, like, the level design. The way that game has gone from, like, the first game has a lot of different encounters. The second game is like, you're going to see an object in the distance, and then you're going to enter a building, and then you're going to exit a building, and then you're closer to the object. And it does that, I think, 9 times during The Last of Us 2. That kind of comes from, like, newer game designers who, like, watch YouTube videos on what makes for good video games, and then they just copy that a lot. I think that's what's happening there. Is that repeated, like, and that makes the game boring, right? Like, if you saw a movie where you did the exact same thing in every single scene, like, every scene was like, we go from A to B, and there's, like, one thing that changes, that would be a boring movie, and it makes it a boring game.
Suicide Squad, literally. Like, we walk down a road, and then we cut to us walking down the same road. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best example of this that I can say from my consumer personal opinion is I used to absolutely adore BioWare. It was one of my favorite developers. And I played almost every single thing they put out from, like, I want to say, like, 96 to, like, whenever Mass Effect 3 came out. And you could feel people leaving on every game. Every single game came out, you could feel that the staff had turned over. Especially from ME1 to ME2, and especially from Dragon Age 1 to Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 1 to Dragon Age 2 felt like the entire team just ran out the door.
Well, Dragon Age 2 is a little bit different just because they got pressured into making that. Even though Dragon Age Origins was their best-selling BioWare game, I think, of all time at that point.
It was, yeah.
Management, as far as I know, was like, Mass Effect is our real series, and Dragon Age is like our side series. So they made them rush Dragon Age 2 out in, I think, 12 months. Yeah, It was nothing. And when you have that time, it doesn't matter how good you are, it doesn't matter how experienced you are, it's not enough time to make a RPG. Like, you just cannot make a game that big, that fast. It's not possible. So I am forgiving of one of the worst video games I've ever played, Dragon Age 2, because you couldn't have made a better game in that time constraint. It's just not possible. But yeah, in general, totally agree. Like, the lead writer on Mass Effect 1, I believe, went to work on the Old Republic, whereas,
Yeah,
Mac
it's
Walters
Drew
over for
Karpyshyn, I want to say his name
Karpyshyn,
is.
I think.
Karpyshyn?
Yeah. And then Mac Walters took over, and that's Mass Effect 2 and 3, which have a more similar voice, I think, than Mass Effect 1, which is, the game I prefer. But, part of that's just different people and stuff. But the Naughty Dog guy, he said something really interesting, which was they basically tried to withhold my final paycheck until I signed a paper saying I wouldn't talk about this, which is illegal in California.
Jesus Christ.
He's like, I remind him it's illegal, and, so I'm out. So I would say that a sign of a healthy team, or at least a good creative, is a person who is working with the same people a lot, repeatedly. When you're building that healthy, and that's not always true. Like, sometimes there are people who are, say, abusers who are working with enablers, and they keep them around. Like, that's a thing. But for me, a big sign, and honestly, the best part about Adios, like seeing, fan feedback was really awesome. But a couple weeks ago, one of our modelers on Adios pinged me and was like, "Hey, when are we working on another game?" And I was like so excited by that, because that meant that despite COVID and despite, surgery and personal emergency issues and stuff that happened while we were making Adios, despite all this bad shit that was going on in the background, I still had I had several people actually that like, "Hey, can we come back and work with you on another game?"
Nah, bro, we gotta make it like orange juice. You just grab an orange, you squeeze it dry, you throw it out, and then you grab a fresh orange.
That would be the worst way to make a video game.
My
God.
That analogy came to you very quickly and easily.
It's a good analogy, though. There are people like that. I think it's the worst way to be. Like, So for me with Mischief, the goal is like, we're gonna build that institutional knowledge. We're gonna have pros who teach people, how to make games. Like, our new people are gonna learn how we make games. And hopefully we can maintain that knowledge, so even when seniors leave, they retire, they die, they, start their own studios, the team is the same. Like, I think that's why Blizzard's changed, right? Like, a lot of the people
they're
left,
all gone. They're all gone.
Yeah. And now the Blizzard games just feel completely different. And, part of that's also people hiring their fans. You should never hire your fans, because your fans have an idea of what your game is that's not true.
I think the guy who is running WoW right now is like a old WoW fanatic from like the early aughts that ended
Sometimes that can work out super good. Like, don't get me wrong. But I generally am of the opinion you should never hire your fans.
So, like, I was just yesterday talking about Yellow Brick, the new Mike Laidlaw studio that just opened up, and just kind of like, I'm just like, at what point are we gonna have like more what I would call like life raft studios than like major ones, where it's just kind of like everyone who you knew and liked that was talented from this place said, "Fuck this, I'm leaving," and now they're gonna make the things they want at this other place, with the right people. Like, I feel that's what
happened with Bungie. Like, I love Bungie. I mean, I also know, Pat, you've read my many, many takes on Destiny, so you know that my love for Bungie is complex. But
I have spent more hours in the past year complaining about Bungie than I have like playing Destiny in general.
Oh God, yeah, that feels about right. But a lot of those people, they went off and they made a VR game. Like the guy who designed the Warthog, Marty, one of the like main artists, like a bunch of like really senior people that made Halo what Halo was, went off to do their own thing. There was V1 Interactive. They tried to make a hover bike first-person shooter, which was sadly not that great. But certain Life Raft studios don't. I like that analogy, by the way. That's a name at least for that, because that's what a lot of those seem to be. But some of those don't work out, and some of them do. I have no idea if that VR game they're making, Golem or whatever, is ever coming out, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's 'cause when you like working together with people, you want to keep working together with them, right?
Well, if it leads to things like Supergiant and Respawn, like, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? Like, deploy all life rafts. Like, just do it. Get together with the other people and make the things that, are not fucking under the watchful eye of like the Bobby Koticks of the world,
Yeah.
But
Sadly, they're now under EA somehow, but they seem happier. So.
I just had a fun moment where I'm like, hey, let's just check. And I just typed in the phrase X Witcher devs into Google and got just a shit ton of results. Just a bunch of different games that are all listed as from former Cyberpunk or Witcher developers. There you go.
I remember somebody saying that there was a requirement that this is a joke, obviously, a requirement that all Kickstarter games had to have at least one ex-BioShock dev on them.
Oh my god, it's like every single member of the BioShock team went and made their own studio. It felt like that anyway.
And there's a few really good studios out there too, which came out of that, which is fantastic, obviously, you know. I think a lot about Looking Glass, you know, a studio that made Thief, System Shock, these games that shaped how I view games. They went off to, one of them went and did the Dark Brotherhood side quest line in Oblivion, and then he did, you know, I think he directed Fallout 3. You had another one who went off to do, he was like the sound guy. He went off and worked at Harmonix. Those really good 2K football games. Yeah, that was an AI guy from them. Seamus Blackley. He left. He did Jurassic Park Trespasser, which wasn't so great. But then he went and created the Xbox.
We don't. We do not shit talk Trespasser in this house.
Okay,
I do.
I'm glad. I think the game's really fucking cool. But even Seamus himself has said, okay, yeah, there are problems with that game. But he was
buttons to pick up a gun. This is how we do it.
I think he was like 29 when he shipped that game. So like just absurdly young for a guy who's, you know, directing a AAA Jurassic Park game. But hey, I mean, he made the Xbox after that, so
yeah,
I'll give him infinite forgiveness.
Okay. That's
sorry.
No, that's a really like I'd say like astute thing to observe is just like how many of these like I'm gonna coin that. I'm gonna go with Life Raft Studio from here on out. Absolutely.
I like that term.
Do have a lot of shit going on this week because we're making up for about 2 weeks worth of time. So let's start moving. Yeah.
All right, Wooly, what happened with your week? Let's start with you. Your back sucks.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, the short is yes, essentially. We did our we recorded a session on I think it was Wednesday or so when we did the StarCraft, the infamous StarCraft 64 stream.
I heard that went really well.
It went fantastically. Swimmingly is the word I would use. Swimmingly. Everything was great, all according to plan, Keikakudori, etc. And I kicked them out of my house. And then like basically not too long after that happened, and you can go on the Wooly Versus channel and check out if you'd like to see the Salt Party of StarCraft 64. It's a very short episode. It didn't quite go the way I thought it would, but nonetheless, we basically had that, and then they left, and then not too long afterwards, I was sitting down, and then I got up, and then I was like, oh shit, random back pain out of nowhere.
Wooly, are you actually saying that the sequence of events is that you spent so much time carrying the StarCraft stream in an awkward position that it hurt your back?
It physically damaged me afterwards, yes. My attempt to carry that stream. It's like there's a concept that, again, like Reggie and Min, God bless them, great folks, love recording. They're I don't know if they're familiar with yes and is a nice little concept that needs to be explained. You know, take a few improv classes, maybe learn to play along with it. But anyway, you can go watch the tail of the tape on that episode that's up. Suffering was high, but my back just blew the fuck out for no reason, and then I was like, that's unusual for that to just suddenly happen. Okay, but whatever, let me just like take a couple Tylenol and see how it go. Usually I've had instances where I've woken up with like, lower back pain from like sleeping on a bad bed or like, like an awkward mattress, like, Punch Mom. She had like a really a bad mattress for me that was like a problem for a while, and then like we have ours that is much better now. But yeah, it was just like, okay, whatever, that's random. So slept on it, and that's what it was. And then the next morning, I got up and I was like, oh, I can't walk. Like,
yeah,
I'm unable to move my feet in front of each other. That's a not good. That's a bad. What the fuck is happening? So, yeah, I pretty much at that point was like, okay, let me call 811. See if I can get an assessment of what is going on here, because it's it's a pretty useful line that you can just call for, like, is this an emergency? Is it not? What are we doing? And yeah, it was one of those things where I was kind of describing what was going on, and like it was like the pain level and the fact that like it was causing that issue, like I couldn't fucking move, was potential cause for like, oh, this could be something nerve related, but usually that comes alongside other stuff like numbness and other symptoms that I wasn't necessarily having, but the pain was ridiculous.
When Paige had her back issues, like it was like move and she's screaming pain, but there were also a bunch of terrifying side symptoms associated with it that made it very obvious that it was very serious.
Yeah, it was, and it was just one of those bits where I'm like, there was no accident to cause it necessarily. It really just kicked in out of nowhere. So yeah, I was looking up like, okay, so there's hot compress, there's cold compress. I had some like Robax. I was looking at different home things I had to deal with it, and so I kind of just started trying those out. And for the next like day or two, I was just like cycling between like trying out hot or cold and seeing what would happen. Wasn't getting a ton of results, but I did like the Robax I was taking. It was helping a bit, but it was basically this thing where like when I'd wake up in the morning, like the pain would shoot from like a 4 to like an 8, and yeah, essentially what ended up happening was it got to a point where I called 811 again. They said, all right, go have someone take a look at it. You don't have the numbness, and you're not having like sometimes there's like loss of bladder and things like that happens as well, like if it's I forgot the term for when your disc is slipped and herniated.
When there's a bunch of things that can happen to your disc. Your disc can be herniated, your disc can be compressed, your disc can be like all. If they say the word disc to you, you don't want to hear
fused, all these things, exactly, right? So then so I went to go see, went to the clinic, and they basically went like, so yeah, sounds like the description of what you have is likely inflammation based, especially if anti-inflammatory type things are working. So I got a prescription for some anti-inflammatories. I've been on that for pretty much the whole week, and it's been a case of like alternating getting up every half hour or so, just stretching and kind of like not putting any weird pressure on it that might exacerbate the situation, but at the very least just changing positions helps as well. Like even right now kind of thing, I'm gonna have to get up and walk around for a bit, but yeah, it was just a persistent thing, and like essentially for that entire time I just felt like it was just a constant level of pain that was like, I can't record or work or do anything like this. I'm not really in any state to like fucking hit a button and jump on a mic. But based on, I guess, the like having at least a comfortable office chair here with me, I'm able to like sit at this for a while, and then kind of like that combined with the medication and stuff did a lot to help kill the pain. So right now, a week later, it's a lot lower. It's manageable, and what I was able to do once that stuff started working is I pretty much spent the entire week when I was sitting at this. I set up my Parsec so that I can connect because the couch is not great for this type of thing. I need a sturdy back thing. Parsec over to this computer, and I finished the next episode of Guilty Gear Lore.
Hey, congratulations.
I was able to do something with that downtime. So that should be dropping soon, as soon as the approval comes through. So yay, happy about that. But beyond just dealing with my back and shit, like I didn't do anything else. Like it just that's it.
You mainly lie there and be like, I wish my back didn't hurt so much right now.
And then when it would fade out for a bit, when the meds did what they did, I could come sit down, type, work, edit, whatever, and then go back to walking or lying or whatever. And right now it's in a place where it's fading away, so ideally within the next week or two it hopefully will be gone. But honestly I had to guess, I'm thinking that just like doing a lot of working out harder and boxing and stuff built up some immunity time, but I think sitting on my ass for a year of quarantine just means at some point you're gonna wear out.
See, you're not built for it. Every part of my body is built and has been molded for this exact position, shape, and duration. But you didn't do that. You did smart things like go boxing and build up compensatory muscles. What you needed to do was build up compensatory filler in between all your joints to protect them.
Okay. I mean, I went down the lower area of my building, and then like I kind of took the stairs back up at one point, and I was like, oh my god, that is way worse than it used to be. Like I was dying walking up, and I'm like, this has to go. We gotta fix this. So as soon as it's healthy and safe to, like, we gotta get moving, because this
it reminds me earlier you said that there was no specific accident that you could point to that led to your back problem, but I could think of one. You described earlier in the week that when your back started to hurt, you woke up in the morning and you couldn't walk.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you did. You woke up in your 30s.
Oh.
That's what you did.
Is that the crime?
That's the crime right there.
Okay. Hey, Doc, how old are you?
I'm thinking about 32.
Okay.
Took me a second.
Yeah, you're right around here.
Yeah,
you're right around in this general vicinity.
You're with us up here. Yep.
I've been like this since I was 20. But
when you say this, do you mean like your brain is like the specific type of person, or?
God, no. I just wake up in pain.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Chronic pain is a bitch. I would
it doesn't seem
advise
great.
Against it. Anyone considering chronic pain? No, don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, admittedly, I'm like telling the story because I haven't had any issue like this for a while, and like you were mentioning the shit that you're going through, and it's kind of like, okay, so I sure picked a time to tell my fucking sob story.
Oh yeah,
you know, like fucking boo me.
I'm not like sitting here judging. I'm like, oh God, I know exactly what that's like. Like all I can do is sympathize, because it does suck, right? Like any kind of medical thing sucks to go through. So, I'm here being completely sympathetic with you.
To be fair, Wooly, you have a sympathetic audience. I gave myself horrible arthritic pain for almost 2 years before my doctor told me it was because I ate too much red meat, and my fiancée makes fun of me every time I bring it up, because she goes, oh, boo-hoo, you gave it to yourself. I have the lupus. My body just did it on its own. Oh, I love that bitch.
Yeah. Just, we're all losing HP in different ways, man. It is what it is. But yeah, no, pretty much that. Like I just finished off the Guilty Gear Lore episode, and that's all I did with the week. So no time to bring anything else up there. What about you?
All right, Doc, you want to take it away? What have you been doing this week?
Working on a new game mostly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's trying to sit there and be like, okay, how do I make this anime as fuck?
Is that why you were watching Madoka Magica the other day?
No, that was because I was super depressed and I needed something depressing to watch to counteract the depression.
Okay.
That's
Is that
definitely
how that works for
works.
you?
That's how that works for me, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes really happy shit just feels dishonest, and watching really
Okay.
depressing shit feels like confronting the feelings.
Mhm.
Haven't seen it, but I hear it's really good.
Yeah, it's I kind of regret taking so long to watch it. I think it was a really good time. But yeah, I tested out some of the story beats I'm planning for this next game. One thing that I do differently than other studios is, we lock the story before we even enter production. A lot of other people are like, yeah, so the game's done. We've finished. We're just doing some bug fixing. Do you want to write a story now? And I'm like, what? No, I can't do that. That's not where stories come from.
It's the oldest complaint I've heard from everybody I ever talked to in development from the old days, which was they felt that the gameplay flow worked better if they moved level 5 to level 2. So just go ahead and write the reasons for why that is.
Yep.
We made a fetch quest. What did we fetching? Go write the fetch object. We wrote it. The game's doing it. Too bad.
There was a project I consulted on for a very famous AAA studio I'm not going to name, where I sat down in front of the guy and I said, so the problem that your game has right now is that every single quest you have is a fetch quest, and every single quest you have is designed like, do this, and the thing isn't there, so you go to another place and the thing isn't there, and then when you get to the third place, you fight a boss and the thing is there. Every single quest is that. And he sits there for a minute and then he goes, so what's a fetch quest? And when you have people like that making decisions, it's difficult at times to help people make better games. And that's one of the reasons why they're like, I've heard of studios, like including some with games in the 90s and hundreds, type Metacritic scores, right? They just sit people down like in a conference room and they show them a scene from a movie they really like, and they're like, we're gonna make this scene, which is, I'm pretty sure, how the Negan scene from The Walking Dead ended up being the entire inciting incident for the Last of Us Part 2, because it's literally shot for shot that scene, right? But I try to start story first, right? So sometimes I come up with like story beats and scenes and stuff, and then I take it to friends. I'm like, hey, how does this feel? And if they like it, I'm like, okay, I'm onto something here. So I'm working on this game, and I showed it to some people earlier this week, and they were like, oh my god, I need it. And I was like, yes, I'm on the right track. That's been my week, is basically just secretly working on that, and that's about it. Just working on the game.
Right on.
Also playing way too much World War Z. Don't ask why, but it's fun.
I've seen not just you talk kindly about that.
Apparently, it didn't even have a class system when it launched. So like, I jumped in and I'm like, man, the game feels really good. The classes, like the progression's really cool. This is a really neat game. I wonder why it got like a 50 on Metacritic. And my friend's like, yeah, so it didn't feel like that when it launched, and it did not have a class system at all when it launched. I'm like, really? So like, they radically transformed it into a game that's I'm enjoying more than Left 4 Dead. But it also has a really weird bug where holding down like W just sometimes stops. So I had to switch over to using a controller. And closing it one time froze my entire computer. So it's got some problems, but for a game that's like $5 on the Epic Store right now, like it's a blast.
Okay, I'll check it out when it eventually comes to something other than that.
That's fair.
So if that's both of you guys, all right. If you want to talk about problems, let me tell you about problems. I took the balls out of my dog. I took my dog to a man and left my dog there for most of the afternoon, and they gave me back my dog sans balls. He seems pretty chill about it, though. What's not chill is that because he's not supposed to jump up, and because he sleeps...
sans?
It's an English expression as well, Wooly. It's like saying buku bucks.
Oh
it's
god,
a loan
right,
word.
the New
you
Orleans thing.
You fucking stupid asshole.
Okay.
Anyway, you smarmy shit. All right. Anyway, the dog sleeps in the bed with me because he loves me. But the bed is a Casper mattress, and we got like the frame for it, which means it's actually a relatively high bed. which means that if he were to jump up on it, he could tear his ball stitches, which means I've been sleeping on this couch for the past 11 days so that he does not have to jump up. But the cat and the dog combined with this essentially single bed has made it so that I have been getting like the worst sleep as they crawl all over me the entire evening. But it's worth it because I don't want him to tear his stitches. He seems fine.
Have you noticed the behavioral changes?
Takes 6 weeks.
Okay.
The behavioral changes when you bring him home are this dude is cracked out high as shit, stumbling around. The first 2-3 days he slept for like 18 hours. Immediately back to normal. He will be starting to slow down and become lazier about, let's say, a month from now. But here's the craziest thing in the world that I found out researching this. 1, don't look up canine scrotal hematoma. Don't look that up.
Don't.
If you're worried your dog has it and you look at his balls and you don't know, he doesn't have it, so don't look it up.
I'm making a note not to look it up right now.
As am I.
Okay.
On my monitor here.
2, because of the way the dog's like tubes work, he still has 1 shot for 6 weeks after they get removed. If he were to find another dog.
Oh, there's one shot loaded in the chamber.
There's one in the chamber.
I thought you meant like vaccination. Okay.
No. No,
there's
he
a
has
bullet
one
loaded in.
There is one final dog nut just floating around in my dog.
Is that how
for
that
about
works?
4 more weeks until it finally dissipates.
Couldn't
Something
they,
I never knew.
Couldn't they like deal with that while the process was happening?
No, that's weird.
I know, but it's also weird that it's just there.
Just don't let your dog get into a different dog in the next 6 weeks.
Like if you have a gun and you open up the barrel and you empty, the bullets out, but then you leave the one in the chamber, you still got a gun in the. You still got a a bullet in the chamber.
Yeah. But this isn't me going to the doctor and saying, I want you to empty my dog's clip. This is, I want you to remove and modify this gun so that it can no longer take magazines. And then you go, what about the bullet in the chamber? They go, that'll fall out on its own in a couple weeks.
Yeah. I have the choice to continue this analogy, but I'll just opt out.
Yeah, let's just get. Point is, I'm tired. I've been taking care of my boy. That's why I took last week off, but still streamed a couple times because it's my vacation. But my vacation is sleeping on the couch so that my dog's ball wounds don't explode open and his vas deferens fall out. Aside from that,
man, if you had one nut, what would you do? Would you let it slip? Arm steady, mom spaghetti. Yeah, all right.
I'd freeze it. I mean, that's the actual real answer. Is you would go to the nut library, and you would put it on ice just in case.
Well, that's one option, but that's probably the least fun one.
Yeah, well, when they can grow clones and take organs out of them to heal me with, it'll be considerably more fun. You gotta think ahead about your clones.
Yeah. I think it's a multiple choice answer. I think it's kind of like that one question in whatchamacallit, what is the nature of a man? I think
it's not on the floor.
Yeah,
just throw it on the floor.
How do you spend that the final nut? And then there's like 18 answers, and you gotta pick.
The final two are I won't, and then I won't, and then in brackets is lie.
Lie.
That's definitely how I would write that.
Bracket
That's definitely how I
lie.
would write
Yep.
So aside from taking care of the boy, I also played let's say 2 games. One is I started the Mass Effect trilogy after being away from it for many, many, many years. And man, that Mass Effect 1 gives like an incredible first impression, and is just the first part of that game is so good, and the voiced codecs and how well thought out all the aliens are is great. And then the more I'm playing it, I'm like, wow, there's a thing they threw away. There's a detail they retconned. This
the only
character's
impression
entire
I've ever had.
backstory makes no sense. Like, I picked the sole survivor backstory for Shepard because in Mass Effect 1 you find out that a terrorist organization was responsible for killing his whole squad and traumatizing him. But that's the same organization you go to work for in the second game. And if you bring it up, they're like, oh, that was a splinter group. We didn't tell them to do that. And then Shepard goes, okay, I guess it's okay to work for you terrorists now because you guys aren't really the ones who can. And shit, like, you just get to see all the little pieces that they picked up and threw away because they didn't think it was great. There's this long and involved explanation for why guns don't need ammunition. And then in the second game, they're like, ah, crap, the shooting's better if you have to reload, so fuck it, there's heat sinks now.
But the name of the franchise is based on the loading of the fucking gun with any ammunition. It's the Mass Effect. What the fuck are you talking about? They changed that?
Don't worry about it.
No way!
Out of the terminus systems lets the gun shoot
the
more.
The name of the fucking franchise.
No, shh.
I mean, that was also about ships traveling between systems, right? Like the big.
Yeah, it's all technology in that universe.
Yeah, the big relay is also a Mass Effect thing. But for me, I miss the grayscale of it, right? Like the morality of the game is like this big spectrum, right? There are some things that are pretty good and some things that are pretty bad. And, everything in between. And then the second game comes along, it's like, actually, everything is exactly one shade of gray. And, in the first game, it was like, any AI wants to kill everyone. That's just what AI does in our universe. And to me, that was like, oh, this is really cool. Like, this is neat world building. And then the second game, like, actually, only some AI want to destroy people. And there's some really edgelord robots who are pretty cool and can be your friend. And that just... It took away, like, it's filing off the edges, and it made me sad.
You're a very smart guy, and I like you very much, but this is a pro Legion household, edgy or not.
I love Legion. I just hate how they got there.
So,
Legion actually
I'll agree with you every step of the way. The way they got there, particularly with Legion, is like them throwing out the first third of the game that was way better than the first third of the game that we got, and it's infuriating.
Okay, so I've always been under the impression, based on what everyone has told me, that because I've only played the first one, and I've heard that like 2's still great, 3 is where you dodge the bullet. That seemed to be what everyone is telling me. But
so
now that goalpost is moving.
It depends, because it depends what bullets you feel like you need to dodge. So I love Mass Effect 2. I think it's a great game. However, it is a very, very different game with different goals and different priorities than 1. And if you were way, way into everything that 1 had, to the exclusion of some of the stuff that 2 likes, 2 has some bullets for you. Me, I like those bullets. I'm happy to be shot with those bullets. But there's some stupid shit in 2. It's just that 3 has stupid shit that hurts everyone.
Do either of
everyone
them... Do either of them...
united in how much they don't like being shot by Mass Effect 3's bullets.
Would you say that either of them surpass 1?
Most people have said that 2 surpasses 1. I personally think that 1 is the only good game in the series. But
I will say that they're both about the same, but they're so different that despite their similarities, they might as well be different genres.
I like the depth of characters in the first game and the way that the more you talk to them over time, they change. Like, I did some angry tweets. They weren't really that angry, but I did some tweets about Garrus a few weeks ago, and I was like, he starts out as a cop, look, right? And it was mostly to annoy some friends who really like him, and nothing more than that. But it blew up because some
That's
like
how all
angry,
my stupid tweets start.
yeah, yeah. Some angry dude online was like, this guy's this SJW trying to change characters. It's like, you missed the point. Like, the game itself says that Garrus is a bad person, but you can change him, and that to me was like, oh, this is a really cool video game. It's like, Mass Effect was the first game I played where like characters actually transform through the course of the game based on how you talk to them. And so to me, that's like, this is fucking amazing. And then 2 comes along and everyone's like, I am the coolest, hottest person in the universe, and also I'm a badass, but I have one major regret. And every single character in the game is like that. Like, Dane's like, oh, I may be a really cool hot fish man, but I murder people and I feel sad about it. And, you know, Miranda's like, I am the hottest, most perfect woman in the universe, but I'm too perfect and I feel sad about that. Like, every single character is just like, I have one regret, but I'm also a really cool badass, but I'm morally gray. And we all have the exact same shade of moral gray. And I didn't like that about Mass Effect 2.
The changing
because
of
you
your
don't change the characters.
The changing of their disposition, that sounds like what KOTOR was going for with light siding and dark siding, and especially in 2.
It felt like BioWare just was getting better at doing that, and then Mass Effect 2 comes along and suddenly everyone's like fixed. They just have one specific morality that never changes.
The difference between 1 and 2 is, in 1, BioWare looks at you, the player, and goes, you can change them. And in 2, you look at the hot character, be they a lady or a fishman or a bird creature, and go, I can fix them.
Now, admittedly, at least with my frame of reference being like KOTOR 2, what does get really confusing is that every character has their fixed point or fixed alignment, where if you answer certain things they like, and if you answer certain things they hate it. But but then they bend towards you, so you have your, you know, like light side AK, for example, HK, excuse me, but he still responds the same to the same questions that are more dark side. You know what I mean? Like, so you have a confusing thing where now he's blue, but he still wants you to give red answers. So that was kind of like a confusing thing happening in that specific example.
So Mass Effect has the my favorite version of that, where there's all your characters all exist on a spectrum of Renegade to Paragon, and you have to have 2 characters. So one will always say the Paragon response, and one will always say the Renegade response. But it breaks really hard if you take characters that are on like the same alignment and are very close to each other. So if you take like Liara and Tali to like the Rachni, Liara's like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't genocide them. And Tali, who is like otherwise relatively reasonable for most of the game, will go, you gotta kill them all! They're all gonna die!
Okay.
You're like, whoa.
The first conversation you have with Tali on the ship, and I'd forgotten this completely. The first conversation you have with her on board your ship, she's like, you're like, so tell me about your entire species history, which is a totally normal thing to ask. And she's like, yeah, so we invented sentient vacuum cleaners, and when we found out that they were sentient, we just immediately declared, like, total annihilation. Because we realized they probably wouldn't want to work for us if they were sentient. And I'm, like, sitting here as, you know, not 2008 Doc, but 2021 Doc, and I'm like, huh. There might be a problem with that, morally speaking. So Tali's always been pro-genocide. She sees absolutely nothing wrong with killing things that might not want to be forced to be, you know, toasters and vacuum cleaners.
It's funny.
She starts out that way.
Like, I love Mass Effect, the series in general. Like, even if I hadn't played the 3rd one, I will get to it. But there is something that's happening to me when I'm playing these games so long after, and it's what you just described, which is 2008 Pat playing through them versus 2021 Pat. I have such a different worldview and more knowledge about, like, the planet, that I'm looking at some of this shit, and the thing that is, like, whiplashing me so hard is, like, wow, Liara just tells you, like, like 3 sentences in. So yeah, this is how we bone. Yeah, this is boning. Yeah, or
that is
the
pretty
Paragon
early,
option.
isn't it? Yeah.
The Paragon options that I
true,
remember
yeah.
being like, oh man, Shepard's like a good guy. He's doing what he can. And I'm like going through all these Paragon options, and like most of them are just like narking and snitching on people. And like they have no moral context at all. It's just him going, "This is against the law. I should report you."
Yeah.
So I mean, so the Asari being introduced as the Twi'lek of the universe, like pretty much, it's like, okay, so 2008 you in whatever teenage years are sitting there wondering, and then they just answer the question right away, going like, "Yeah, no, we're compatible. Don't worry." Wink to the fourth wall.
That's exactly what it is. It's 100% what it is.
I saw somebody pointing out the other day, like, one of the earliest things you hear about any Asari is like, oh yeah, they spend their maiden years, you can't see me air quoting, but I'm air quoting, in strip clubs, being strippers. And it's like, that's a weird species trait to have. I don't think I even noticed that the first time I played.
It's because they're the blue sex race.
We're
it's
we're
like, oh,
we're doing Twi'lek,
I came up with a race like that once when I was 17.
Yeah.
At 32, I wouldn't do that, and I'm pretty sure the people who were making the game originally weren't like that. But as I'm playing the game, I'm noticing Paragon and Renegade. It seems like somebody just sat down and was like, okay, we need to have a branch point here. Is this good guy comment or bad guy comment? There's no context. It seems like they made a good guy, bad guy.
Yeah, Renegade Shepard often doesn't agree with himself.
Yeah,
which is what's really, really wild. Like Paragon Shepard is all about the law and snitching. It's like lawful good to like the absolute most absurd, but Renegade Shepard is like chaotic evil and will sometimes argue against his own goals in different scenes based on what he wants. It's just he needs to do something like an asshole right now.
Yes. I heard from a friend that when Jennifer Hale recorded, she played like Paragon as like one character and Renegade as a different character. So they're like, if you do a pure Paragon or pure Renegade run, Jennifer Hale is amazing. But Mark Meer didn't do that. He played it all like one person. So for people who do a pure run, Mark Meer seems kind of bland. But apparently I think that's his name, right? I think it's the actor. But
yeah, it's Mark
when
Meer.
When you play as Manshep, he's actually best when you pick options based on what you're feeling in the moment, like what makes the most sense to you. And he ends up actually working out really well because he's kind of more neutral in his entire approach. So it lets you pick Paragon and Renegade without feeling like you're just a nut job who's all over the place. But if you're doing
that's
pure,
good for the voice acting, but the game's mechanics punish you for that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like, the game is weird. The game is definitely weird. But I did have more fun actually playing as, like, what response actually makes sense. Before I knew that top side was always Paragon and bottom was always Renegade, I just picked whatever sounded good. That, I actually loved the game more when I was doing that. Like, that's where the writing really, I think, comes out and is at its best. So it's a weird game in that regard.
I was having a much enjoyment when I started the game and decided that I was going to be pretty nice to everybody except Ashley. And every time she tried to talk to me, I would respond with shit like, "Why are you on my ship? Get off my ship. I hate you." And so I get to the Citadel and I'm looking at the alignment chart that they give you, and it's like I'm like 2 pips in a Renegade with like a tiny little sliver of Paragon. And I'm like, I was nice to everyone but Ashley. I did every possible Paragon choice whatsoever, except every time she talked to me, I told her to get the fuck out of my face. And the game has decided that means that I'm an asshole.
I'm still thinking about how you mentioned that, like, the whole Volus and Elcor moment just never happens again. And I'm so bummed about that.
Yeah.
Like, the introduction of these really well thought out races that have interesting histories that just immediately make you go, oh my god, this is everything is this considered, this is going to be amazing, only to realize that it's just super front loaded to make you think that sucks, man.
a lot of Mass Effect 1 is really front loaded. Like the codex entries are exhaustive and voluminous. Like they're gigantic. They tell you all sorts of shit.
Love them.
And they're all voiced. Well, not all of them. Sorry, all the primary ones are voiced. But still, there's like, wow, these guys really care about their universe. Until you play 2, and they're like, I don't care that much.
Yeah, and I mean, now that we live in a world where like codex screens are like they can get insanely exhaustive, and I mean, I mean, fuck, we just played 13 Sentinels. Like you can go as hard with those as possible. Like I still.
Oh, big reminder. Well, hold on. On camera, within the view of everyone and God, Doc, you really got to play 13 Sentinels.
I have it. I haven't started it yet, but I'm going to. Well, I did start it, but I got to that like first scene with the robot.
Cool. Yeah.
So.
Well, so that's a game where the you're going to be looking at the codex screen. You know what I mean? And like I was just talking about how like even like Doom has like this big pause for lore section and stuff like that. And I kind of realized that like I remember there was a time where I used to be like, look, show don't tell. But then at the same time, it's like that's not always possible. There's a lot of things, and we were just talking about how like you're gonna walk around in a walking simulator and you're gonna hear about the cooler things, there's always stuff that like I guess text will be able to convey that were just not in the scope of whatever the game was planning anyway. And I think, at least going back to my impressions of it with Mass Effect 1, it was a lot of codec, but it was really engaging to listen to because I felt like coming out of it, like I had a world built in my head. You know what I mean? Like I understood where I was in this universe a lot earlier than you usually do stepping into a new world, a new setting.
I don't read lore in most games, right? But in Mass Effect, there was this one that's always stuck with me, which is like they were flying above the surface of a planet and they found like something underneath gas clouds, but whenever they got close, it would disappear. And there was like this implication that like maybe some species had survived the Reapers and was just hiding forever after that. And that just always stuck with me. It's like, oh my god, that's so cool. I have absolutely no idea how you would depict that in a game that would be interesting. Like a cutscene where you fly next to the planet, some person's like, hey, there's a thing there, and just describe exactly what happens. Like, because you can't see that. You just show like a satellite dish. Like, it wouldn't really be that exciting. So the lore works there. Like, the log works. But I'm also somebody who's probably never going to include any kind of like codex in any of my games, and you're just gonna have to remember it. I don't fucking know.
I mean,
I'm weird that way though.
But like that, two examples that like remind me of what you just stated, where it's like, how would you even depict this? And it's really strong. One is in Halo 2, the backstory about the I think it was Bias, the AIs that were like kind of battling each other from the original race. Oh, just lost our feed. Okay, well, anyway.
No, I'm still here. I'm just getting up, and I don't want you guys to see my butt on the camera.
Cool. Yeah, I think it was, Halo 3 was it then, where there's these logs describing the final battle of the race that created the Halos and, like, what it all came down to and how it happened. And the description for Mendicant Bias and the other one...
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
...was so... the description of the war was one that, like, you couldn't ever really visually represent this. It would be almost impossible because it's describing, like... ships and things happen, like the scale it's describing is like a galactic ridiculous, you would spend the entire budget of your Halo franchise just depicting this in a cutscene type of thing where you're like, this is what words are for, this is what prose is for. Prose will tell you, will allow you to create the scene in your head because there's no fucking way in hell we'll ever attempt to show you this. And then the second I would say is in the game Lost Odyssey, Mistwalker
I'm in the middle
RPG.
of that game.
Pardon? You know it?
I'm in the middle of that game right now. Yeah. I started a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Fucking great. Okay, cool. So the 1,000 Years of Memories, right?
Yeah.
Those little short stories you unlock are to me, like, the best part of the game. I love them. They're a joy to read. I enjoy them so much. And again, you're kind of looking at these stories where you're like, yeah, this is the best thing about them is how they're written, right? A series of like really sketched out, quick visual, like almost like arcade endings to show you these stories would not do them justice at all.
Yeah. I think you could do them if you like had, you know, a really good anime studio sit down and actually do the whole scene, right? Like there's one where it's one of the earlier ones because again I'm pretty early in the game. But I think I'm on disc. I just started disc 2.
Okay.
But there's one where like he's hiding in the trenches in the middle of the night, and they're like preparing for war.
Yeah.
And there's this young kid who won't stop talking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that one you could animate it, but you would lose the part where he says something like the narrator says something about like he's talking in the way an experienced soldier wouldn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like that observation, I don't know how you would put that in animation, but you could still capture the emotional intensity of it. You could still capture the soldiers going, you know, like, quiet you, and then him grabbing the kid and running him off into the woods. Like, you could still do all that, but it would lose that observation that like
you lose
he's inexperienced.
his thoughts exactly. Have you gotten to Bright Rain?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I'm trying to remember where that is. I don't remember all the. I keep playing it like once every 2 weeks. It's bad. I'm slow.
It's cool that you're going through it. Like those things are, each one of those are like a treasure to me. Like it was such a fun thing, and I like the game, but some of those are really, really strong. But that's just exactly it, right? Losing the thoughts that the character's having, losing the observational things, the things where the narrator would kick in, and the only way to like save those or salvage it is to do something kind of like what Disco Elysium does, where there's a narrator there anyway, but you know that gets really weird depending on what kind of scene you're depicting. You can't always have a narrator kicking in to go like, oh, this is what this person's thinking in this one shot here, you know. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm completely with you on this. Like I'm nodding my head. You can't see me, but I'm totally nodding my head at all of this.
Yeah, but in any case, though, with Mass Effect, like going back to it now, I don't know what 2021 me would feel like going through that first one again. But in my brain, it's this fucking amazing, super solid, lovely experience, and like, I do intend to pick up the second one once the opportunity presents itself. I mean, to be perfectly honest,
game is unique even within its own series.
Okay. Where'd you get to?
Me personally? Oh, I just did all the Citadel stuff. I did a one, but it was a big stream. Okay, I'm gonna be back to it. It's gonna be pretty much all I do this week. Would you calm down? So I could hear that whole conversation even though I was out of the room. I gotta say, you described like he's talking like a soldier would be a difficult thing to write into an actual scene instead of being written down. And it makes me think of the opposite of that, where what if I wrote in my character notes, character talks to himself like a crazy person when stabs the zombie, doesn't have quite the punch that Days Gone manages with its voice acting. So Days Gone is a game that I wrote off completely due to its early coverage and Shy's videos showing how buggy it was.
And
we mocked it relentlessly.
Something happened.
The week that the interview came out, where the guy who got fired for being a piece of shit from that studio was like, oh, don't complain about it now, you didn't buy it. And then I go on Twitter and Doc's being like, man, Days Gone is like super great.
I love the game.
What? And I'm like, what? But wait, hold on a second. Doc has a bunch of takes that I think are very bad and stupid, but I can't even find where he's coming from on this because that game looks like garbage every time I look at it. And then he just goes, yeah, it's great. It's a good game. I'm like, what? It's like, okay, the PC version comes out. PC version is immaculate, by the way. It's incredibly well performing. Could you calm down, please? And it does not have anything that's tracing your computer. That came out of nowhere, and everybody ran with it. So I load up Days Gone. Days Gone is a competent, zombie-based, biker-based, open-world game that is a little jank and a little under budget, but genuinely fun to play. I'd say it's like a 7. Right, in terms of like sneaking around and stabbing dudes in the back and whatnot. But it has some of the most confusing and hyper sincere and messy presentation and story and direction of anything I have ever seen, to the point where it feels like I'm playing The Room. Sam, what's his name? Sam, I want to say it's Witwicker. Sam Witwer is the voice actor for Deacon St. John, and he is the guy who voiced Starkiller, apparently, which you would be familiar with. Wolves.
Yeah.
And I went and tracked down an interview with him where he talks about Deacon St. John's portrayal, because Deacon talks to himself. Deacon talks to himself more than any video game character I can think of ever. And Sam decided that, well, if he's talking to himself like this all the time and there's no one around and it's been the apocalypse for 700 plus days, he's crazy. And boy, does that come through. Because there are 3 Deacon St. Johns. One is Deacon pretending to be normal, which he's bad at, and he seems like the most unlikable asshole I have ever seen in a game. He is like the worst. I don't like him. He is a horrible idiot, and he's rude, and he's not funny, and I just hate him. And then there's Deacon when he's sneaking around trying to do the gameplay of, base dispersal. There's a mission where you gotta go visit your wife's grave. So you sneak into a FEMA death camp, and there are 14 zombies you gotta kill, and for 9 of them, he has weird, whispery dialogue about what a bunch of bitches they are, and take that, you motherfucker. And he's just mumbling under his breath, just, any more of you just trying to use my wife's grave, you get out of here. And it's unhinged. And then you get to his wife's grave, and it's not a grave. It's just like a decorative rock that was like in front of a building or something that he carved his wife's name into with a knife. And then you get the weirdest flashback ever, which I'm pretty sure used to be the game's tutorial, because it's the start of the outbreak, and it's just them running around, and will hard scene transition past what I assume used to be gameplay for like 5 minutes, and it's just 45-second scene, cut. 45-second scene, cut. And the dialogue is a mess. You're going to a further flashback in which you're hanging out with your wife, and all of the pacing on the cutscene is broken, despite the fact they took away control of you with your motorcycle. So you're driving, and she says she works on plants, and he goes, man, that's the greatest thing I ever heard. And then they drive in dead silence for 15 seconds until you hit the next cutscene point. The game is like narratively flying apart, and the pièce de résistance is you go through this broken flashback, and you go through Deacon murdering dudes in their camp while shit-talking their corpses, and then you get Radio Free Oregon on the telephone, sorry, on the radio, which is your local conspiracy nut saying the craziest nonsensical left-right complete nonsense. And then at the end of it, Deacon starts to complain about the radio broadcast. But if you're on your bike, it plays the on your bike version of the dialogue, which has him screaming over the engine noise. but it doesn't matter if the engine's making noise. So you're sitting in a clearing listening to a conspiracy radio, and then it ends, and your character just starts screaming at the top of their lungs, I don't know about that, Cope, but I see gas prices are way down. You don't know what you're talking about. And it all combines to the most fascinating character ever. It is the only game that I can think of where you play a 100% unhinged, completely crazy person, and it's always interesting.
I don't think he's 100% unhinged. I think he's coping like significantly with the fact that his wife has died, right? And he feels guilty. Like Deacon's entire thing is that he's just this incredibly guilty person. Like the whole reason he's doing anything in this game is because he got his friend's arm fucked up. That's it. Like that's his entire motivation. This is the most loyal person in the entire world. And all he cares about is doing right by the people that he, cares about. And he feels very deeply, like really deep within himself that he's done wrong. And he's trying to make amends, but he doesn't know how to just come out and say it. Like, his whole plotline with Boozer, which is the stupidest name I've ever heard of any character in any video game ever. And I've played Stalker, which has randomized character names. Like, the whole character arc with Boozer, from the very beginning of the game all the way to the end, is like him trying to make up for that one mistake. And so I really like Deacon because as a big problem with a lot of games is that the first impression is everything, right? That's why you look at this game, you're like, this is Sons of Anarchy meets The Walking Dead. This is the most like trying to capitalize on a trend video game ever that's like 3 years too late. Because
that's the impression I got from the outside, yeah.
You're right. It is that.
Yeah, I literally talked to somebody who didn't work on it, but he'd talked to somebody who had worked on the game, who was like one of the leads on it, and he was like, yeah, they were first coming up with the game. Like I was talking to this guy like a party at GDC, and the guy's like, yes, we're making our next game, and it's basically The Walking Dead meets Sons of Anarchy. So like this guy was telling me like, yeah, that's literally what they were saying that this game was, right?
In the pitch.
It's a terrible pitch, and then you get this game that's like, you can literally look at the world map and see where hordes of zombies frequent places because they leave mud, like they just flatten all the grass out, and you can actually see that. It has these really cool details, and it loves Oregon. Like this is a game that knows exactly where it's from and tries to bring that space to life as realistically as possible. It's one thing that I love about like Necro Barista, like another game I played. It's super Australian, right? When you play games made by people who really care about where they're from, it brings something special out in it. And then you have this character who's like supposed to be derivative, but there's a compassion for the character in the narrative where it's just like, this guy, yeah, he's a little nuts, and Sam Witwer is trying to bring crazy to him. But Deacon also, I think, settles down over the course of the game for plot reasons. Because the game is, a lot of the game is kind of like Mad Max Fury Road in that he is reconnecting to other human beings. So he's basically feral at the start of the game. And then as you progress through the plot, by the time you get to the actual end of the game, even though he's still a fucking weirdo biker who does shout to himself when he shouldn't be, there is this sense that he kind of has mellowed out as he finds reasons to live. And that is really what the game is about, is here's a guy who's finding a reason to live again after he wants to throw his life away pretty much at the start of the game. And it's all about how he connects to other people. So I enjoy the arc. I recognize that it's imperfect, but I mean, you're talking to somebody whose favorite game is Stalker: Shadow of Chernobyl, a game that, I eventually got to a point where I wouldn't even save the game anymore because it would crash on save. So, wow. I mean, buggy, messed up games are, a thing that I just accept, right?
Biker learns to reconnect. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Biker learns to reconnect with people was the experience I had with Death Stranding. And this sounds kind of similar in that way, but I don't know. I guess I'm just wondering, like, is what you're describing like particularly evident throughout the game, or is it more of just like a subtle thing?
A long game. I can tell you that right now. It has that thing where you pick up an upgrade and it fills up a little bar, and you can tell exactly how long the game is because of how long it took you to get there. It's a beefy fucking game. Like, I've only seen maybe 5% of it.
Are you still on the first map?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
then I can't spoil certain things. I would say it becomes more evident as certain things happen in the game, but it is very much like if Death Stranding is the HBO show, this is like Starz Network, or
Oh man.
Okay.
it's
all
the
right.
it's the slightly less sophisticated version, but it's a version that it was so beefy and so satisfying, especially once you get like the big machine guns and you're going up against hordes of like 200 zombies. It's like, oh my god, this is. They take so long to get to where they need to be that they could have cut a lot, I think, to get there. Like it's a big problem a lot of games have where they have lots of padding and filler. It's like actually the more of this you cut out, the better your game is. They could definitely have cut a lot, especially early on. Like I haven't played it since 2018, I think, maybe 2019.
What?
And I restarted the PC version, and it was like, oh my god, I forgot how long this intro is before you can do anything. It takes for fucking ever.
What's your favorite thing about it?
Whom are you talking to? Probably
to
both
Doc.
of us.
Yeah.
God, it's either gotta be. I think it's the way you engage with the world itself, which is a weird response, but like
Because I'm like,
a lot of
what
open
am I
world
not
games-
getting from the trailers? Is kind of what I'm wondering.
So, a lot of open world games, you do the Ubisoft model, right? You go over to a tower, you lit it up, you see all these like objectives to go get, right?
Yep.
This game kind of has that, but it's not really about doing a bunch of little mini games here and there to clear parts of the map. It's more like you're a guy who has to get from point A to point B, and this is really becomes more evident the bigger the world gets, the more you explore, the further your objectives get. It's like, oh, okay, I need fuel, but I don't have enough fuel, and sun's about to hit, like sundown is about to hit, and like I need to get from A to B, but zombies are going to come out, so I know there's a gas station here, and I know I can get gas here, and that will help me get to where I need to go, but there could be a lot of zombies there. And so then you bike over there and you're like, oh shit, there are a bunch of zombies. Okay, I'm going to try to lead them away, and then I'm going to try to get fuel, and then I'm going to try to get out of here. And for me, that, like, experience of sort of getting into being the biker, that really starts to open up once you have a big enough map to actually start testing the limits of your vehicle, that's where it really starts to get interesting. And then they throw in these quests that are like, so many games I play, like, go kill this guy at this place, and that's all you do. And in this game, one of the quests is like, so there's this guy who's been turning in zombie ears, except we found out they're not zombie ears. That's what you get, like a bounty is whenever you kill a zombie, you get their ear and you turn it in. He's been actually taking human ears. He's a psycho, and you gotta go kill him. And I went over to get the guy, and he ran away from me. Which, okay, that's different. It's not just go shoot a guy. He ran away from me. And then he led me into a horde of about 200 zombies. And I was like, oh my god, are the systems converging? Is this like the game just randomly doing a thing? And no, it turns out that's just the way that mission is set up, is they put the guy in a location where the zombies would be for that mission. And so he will try to lead you there because that's what his AI does or whatever. That's what he's scripted to do. And you have to get rid of him while taking out like a couple hundred zombies, and then they'll have another bounty mission that's like, oh, there's a biker gang, go take them out. And you go there, and there's nobody there, and then suddenly these bikes like jump over the hill and come up at you, and they're spinning around you in circles. And it's like every single mission is this distinct. There's never any kind of like Ubisoft style or Just Cause style, like go to this one location to do the same objectives you've been doing 100 million times. Every single one is bespoke.
Okay.
So all of these things, the systems and the quest design, feel distinct enough that the whole world feels like a place you can really be in. And that's what the word immersion is really for. Like, people use immersion to describe basically anything. That's where a game is actually immersive. It's doing its best to be a real, living, breathing space. That's a very long answer, I know, but that's...
No,
to me, that's the kind of
Okay.
platonic ideal of what an open world game can be, is when it becomes alive like that.
because because like I said, the trailer conveys that the elevator pitch as you described, and at least for me, I kind of saw that, my eyes glazed over, and I was like, I think I'm fine without that. I can,
Yeah.
But so I'm curious to know what's unique in this example, for it to rank so highly for you.
Yep. It's
Okay.
about being alive in a space.
I just wish I got to, like, that beginning is rough. Like, I'm still in with what I would consider probably the beginning. Like you look at the map and you look at it and you see, oh, this is the White Orchard like baby level. This is the baby open world before you get to the real open world. Like Death Stranding has a baby open world.
Yeah.
For example.
Mm-hmm.
And it is for an open world game, that first God, I've played it, I've done 2 streams and I played it for 5-6 hours on my own, and I'm still not out of the baby open world, and the baby open world makes you do missions linearly. It makes you go, okay, well here's the next one, you gotta go get the kid, and here's the next one, you gotta go get the thing, and then you gotta go burn these out, and it's like it's gonna open up a couple hours after I would have finished a different game.
Okay.
Right?
Is it like introducing you to each type of main
yeah, and
mechanic,
it's also
though?
setting up like the way camps work, and it's setting up like the relationship between Deacon and his wife and all that stuff. They do something in that story that I burst out laughing at how cliched it was, where nobody knows where the Zombo virus came in. And then you get to the flashback where he meets his wife, and he's like, well, what do you do? She's like, oh, I study plants. I'm working at the big medical facility that just opened up in Oregon, and we're researching all sorts of cool new things you can do with plants. And you're like, oh, okay. So it's the wife's fault. I get it.
It's not her fault. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah?
Okay. It's not what you're thinking. But there is a reason they need to tell you that information. But it has nothing to do with where the virus came from. One thing I forgot to mention that I love about the game is when you start the game out, the zombies are nesting, like they're building actual nests. These zombies are, I think they kind of oversold how unique their zombies are, but the zombies have like a primitive, like caveman approach to living that's really weird, and you'll find some I found some along a river that looked like they were like washing clothes or trying to. It's not like the Dawn of the Dead style, like they just remember what they did in life. It's like there's actually some sort of weird thing happening with these zombies that's they kind of start to get into, and it gets into more as the game progresses. And there's a not really post credits, but like, you know, when you get back out into the open world after an open world game ends, there's an additional quest that happens after that where you can go talk to somebody who knows what's going on.
So
it's really interesting.
The most interesting thing that I have discovered from these types is that I got attacked by a dog that was infected and was also exhibiting weird traits. Like, oh, it's not a human zombo virus like it usually is. It's like it's like a broader problem. But a broader problem with that is, Doc, what's the name of these things?
God, this is the worst part about every zombie game ever. They're always afraid of calling them zombies. I think these ones are freakers.
Freakers! Gotta get these freakers, man!
I'm playing World War Z and they're calling them Zeeks.
Oh,
and it's like, why are you could just call them zombies. It's okay.
No, they didn't go with freakers.
So Doc talked about this earlier about like how much these guys love Oregon. I have a friend of mine who's out from Oregon, and I was talking to her about this game, and I'm like, everyone in this game is completely insane, and this place feels like a fictional location made by weirdos. And she said to me, no, that's just Oregon. And I went, oh. Yeah. And then I checked around and like, no, Oregon is a fucking zany place. And having them called freakers and
God
like the meth like proximity it just instantly makes you go, it's just a plague of meth addicts. It's so fucking unfortunate. Like, it's
walkers,
so bad.
I'll take that's fine. You know, just the infected, that's fine.
What's worse is that they have subdivision names dependent on their thing. Like there are newts, there are swarmers, etc. And those are all fine because they're descriptive. but the genus, the top level is the freakers.
Oh man!
I swear, I'm gonna make a zombie game just so I can call them zombies. Just because I'm tired of games where they don't
Left 4
call
Dead
them
called
that.
them zombies.
So yeah, I think Left 4 Dead and I was gonna say Zombieland as well. Like one of the notable things was like they're like, oh, in world, in canon, zombies exist in fiction, therefore they're actually calling them zombies.
Resident Evil also calls them zombies, which is like appreciated. It's what freaker. I can't get over it. It's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad.
That's one of the worst ones I've ever heard.
Careful, man! The freakers are coming.
It's,
like,
it's a really bad
shit.
one. That's not great. Yeah.
So that's Days Gone. That game's kind of a mess, but it's also kind of great. Like the camera direction is all over the place, and characters act weird inside their own cutscenes, and it occasionally breaks. And now it's like stable, and it breaks, and you're like, haha. Where on release, it was like an absolute like trash fire, completely falling to pieces mess. Like this is I'm having a very different experience that compared to people who bought it on PS4 when it came out.
I got it like a couple weeks after it launched on PS4 because it was like, oh, I have some Best Buy gift card and I should do something with it, and so I'm gonna buy this game that looks terrible. And I guess I came right after like the first couple of major patches or something because I didn't have any problems on my Pro. Like occasional bugs, but
I saw
when have you
folks
played an
talking
open
about
world
how
game that's not buggy?
when have I played an open world game that's not buggy?
Yeah.
On release or after?
The cleanest I've played was Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, Breath of the Wild does that by basically just deleting everything and restarting every like 48 hours in game though with the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
That's just
smart.
respawning everything so that you don't have to deal with the bugs basically. But like
Do MMOs count as open world games?
I don't generally do that, but I mean like I think about like you know, people like, oh, Red Dead Redemption, greatest game of all time. A bunch of people think that for some reason. And that game had fucking Cougar Man, you know, a bug where like they accidentally attached a man skeleton to a cougar. So it's like going around on all fours, like meowing like a cougar and attacking you like a cougar, but it's a person, like a human skeleton. Like AAA games release like that all the time, and they get tons of praise. And then suddenly some games come along that have the same bugs, and people are like, oh my god, this is the worst game ever. And I've never understood that double standard.
So I can actually, Chad is helping me significantly. I can actually say some open world games that I played that released clean. Both Spider-Mans, Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost of Tsushima.
Tsushima had bugs.
I didn't encounter a single one.
I caught bugs.
That's
in
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Every Yakuza game.
Bug catcher.
Like it literally was my career prior to this, yes. And again, I exhibit an aura that makes the game break for some stupid reason. So yeah, fine.
Sorry, I had to play devil's advocate.
I'd say the Yakuza series is probably the best example, but the Yakuza series
those
doesn't
have
have
been
like
clean so
items.
Mm-hmm.
Like
no,
like
that's
the
not true. Hold
thing...
on, Zero. I fucking almost had a corrupted save when a bunch of weird items started showing up in my inventory.
That's your fault.
Like I was walking up to a sleeping shakedown, and then I go to check my inventory, and all my like drinks are replaced with random bugged out items, and everyone's like, "Dude, turn the game off now, or it'll corrupt your save." So yeah, Yakuza doesn't get to be on that list.
Also, those are like the smallest open world games in history. Like that's like one city block.
It's one city.
Yeah, they're also the best ones.
Oh, I love them, but they're I don't even think of them as open.
They
world
barely
games
qualify. They're
Yeah.
like, cause in my opinion, there's like a wild difference between one. Like, if you want to break down every open world game into two genres, it's do items exist? Right. So in Days Gone, I dropped an item and then I came back later and it was still there. In a Bethesda game, if you put an item on the ground or knock it over and come back, it's still there. And it's like, oh, the game's keeping track of all these things with flags and memory and all that stuff. And then there's stuff that, like, you know, the Yakuza series where it's like, if you're not looking at it, it's not there.
What about like Just Cause 2?
I am not familiar with that game at all.
Tested it for like the better part of a year. What do you want to know?
Okay.
The most
just...
busted, buggy, insanely unclean, like open world of them all. Like,
yeah.
Just Cause is amongst the worst offenders of buggy ass fucking games. Easily free.
I love that game to pieces, but I mean, you were not saying anything wrong about it. Like, I can't be like guy on the internet who's like, how dare you, shit on my favorite game. I couldn't do it. It's so buggy.
You can round a corner and see where in the towns, you can round a corner and see the spawn point where the people come from. They literally get dropped in an alleyway from the sky, and then they file out from the alleyway and then go along their tracking paths once you get close enough to a town.
It's great.
If you summon a supply crate in a location near like an already parked vehicle, you can get the two vehicles to spawn inside of each other consistently, creating the Skyrim like momentum issue.
Momentum bug.
Momentum bug, exactly, where they float into the sky and explode and send anything around them flying miles away from the point they're at. Like, it just causes one of the most ridiculous ones with how messy it shipped. We tried though.
I mean, I don't think I've ever played a game where I couldn't praise QA for doing the job. Like, QA is always saying, they're always finding amazing shit, and you're like, holy fuck, I can't believe we left that in, I was talking to somebody on a AAA game about a certain famous first-person shooter series, and QA found it. QA found that the input lag on the first-person shooter was really bad. And I was talking to somebody who had shipped that game, like one of the design guys on it. And I'm trying not to name the series, but it was about 150 millisecond lag on the sticks. Really bad.
Holy shit!
That's massive.
And I was like, why did you ship like that? And he goes, we shipped like that? Like, QA had found it, but they shipped the game like that. And, it's... Games just have problems that, like, no matter what you do, no matter what you try, QA can find the bugs, they can help you repro the bugs, and sometimes you're just like, we don't have the time, we don't have the budget, we don't have the money. Like, I wish we could fix, but we can't. We'll try to fix it later.
WNF will not fix.
Yep. Or the fix is just too hard to solve, right? Sometimes the problem seems simple. Like, Destiny 1 had that ammo bug where, like, you would always have one less ammo than you should in a heavy slot, which is really bad because there isn't a lot of heavy ammo. That took them like 6 months to find the cause for and actually fix. Like, bugs are hard. So I'm always forgiving of games, especially open world games where you have a billion systems, colliding. I have to be forgiving, especially as a game developer,
There's cases too where you'll run into things where it's like, yes, that's bad, and it creates an impact on the user's experience, but it does not fail any compliance. It doesn't fail any guidelines. We're allowed to ship.
We're not going to get in trouble.
We're not losing any money. We can ship it. And so they just go ahead and fucking stamp the approval on it, I was around, I was still in the industry when the transition from single save console games moved over to system saves and then progress saves. And that on its own, just a change like that, was humongous. Like, the effects of how many things can go wrong when you have two separate save files or two separate save functions next to each other. I mean, fucking Tomb Raider remake, like, the issues we ran into because it had system progress and then a container save for both, and like, something could go wrong with one and it was meant to be like, oh, don't worry, we'll just delete that, but we'll replace it with a clean one. But then it always led back to like corrupting the other two even though you don't notice right away. So you think it fixes one of the issues that you, and then you like, oh, you'll lose your settings, but we'll replace it with a new one. But then the other two are now corrupted, and it's not immediately apparent, you know. And like shit like that fucking works its way through where the weird behavior you get you'll only see evidence of it hours in, you know. And it was just like, oh my god, like this one change in how games are made had a huge impact on how testing would go, you know.
Yeah. I will say the only time I've ever felt justified in being pissed at a bug was a certain publisher decided that your pre-order DLC could only be redeemed on one save, and you would have to pay if you wanted it again.
Oh,
wow!
My 19-hour save corrupted after a patch, and so I just didn't have my pre-order DLC anymore after that. And like,
wow.
To me, the issue there wasn't the, you know, like, it sucked that I lost 19 hours of gameplay, but the piece that I got mad at was like them just basically being like, yeah, you're fucked. You don't get that thing you paid money for.
Yeah.
You know, unless you want to buy it again.
We call that.
That's where I felt like it crossed the line.
Yeah, that's when Paul Marketing is doing his job. He's stepping into the board meetings and he's making sure they implement those things. Yeah, that's fucking horseshit, man.
This is a great conversation that we can use to lead into the new Cyberpunk news. I just realized.
Oh man, dude, I have a bunch of shit on the docket. That is not one of them. So real quick.
All right, so I'll just say it. The next gen versions of Cyberpunk have been delayed as of now to 2022.
Okay.
Which makes the PC version retroactively for real early access, not even joking.
Unironically.
Like 100%.
Well, I continue to wait until the game is in a state where I want to play it, because I have no problem just putting that off until 2022 then. That's fine. When the food's ready, I'll sit down and eat it. I have no interest until then.
Does that mean that Tim Rogers is going to be releasing a long form review of an early access game?
Oh my god, maybe.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but it runs fine on my PC. You know? Like, but I have a 2080 Ti that I use for, you know, making video games. So
yeah, I have a 3080 and it runs like shit on mine.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does!
Other than the occasional like T-posing guy who just floats into the air, I don't really have any problems. Sure, I wish that the AI pathfinding on like driving was better. Beyond that, no better or worse than any other AAA game I played.
Well,
I mean, I had a level in Battlefield 4 where everything turned invisible, and that was like a year after the game came out. Yeah, I had to run through the level by smashing my face into walls and seeing a tank that was trying to target me but couldn't because there was an invisible building in the way. That was fun.
I also would prefer to play a version of it that has the opportunity to patch up all of the major stuff that we've been seeing happening, right? Like, if you had a clean run, then you're one of the lucky ones, because a lot of the people we spoke to had their tweets of just like, this is my first time, here's what I saw, you know, and just like chronicling the bullshit over you know, like one or 2 hours of gameplay, and it seemed pretty rough. So although before we jump right into the news, we do have some sponsors we need to take care of.
Oh, and before we jump into that, I will say a quick I played Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown this morning. I had a bunch of goddamn awful underwater matches. I tested it with a friend of mine on the West Coast, and some of our matches were great, and some of our matches were so bad that it felt unplayable. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that game's netcode, because there are a lot of Virtua Fighter players saying that it's actually quite good. I do not know what to believe. I will have to do more testing, but currently it looks like a mess.
Okay. Well, that was on the docket too, but I mean, there's not much to say except for, like, yep, the game is here, it's out, they have announced it, and it doesn't have rollback netcode, which, you know, created a suitable level of noise, because everyone was like, the thing to do right now is, if you're going to bring out an old game and essentially not announce a new one, and if this is essentially what the franchise is, at the very least, you can get netcode that, you know, we can use. We've talked about it many times on the podcast, of course. Honestly, and then that kind of led to some debate in the FGC about whether games are fine without it, or they need it or they don't. And
they're not fine without it.
A lot of hot takes flew by, but I think Keats had an excellent one. Because basically the idea was like, if there's an amazing game coming out that deserves support, but people choose to not support it because it doesn't have rollback, then you're letting a good game die in a way. And it's like, well, yeah, but the
developer is.
This is kind of the idea, is that like it hurts when an amazing game, like I said, Samurai Showdown News hurts everybody that loves the game right now, because we do like this game, but we don't have locals anymore. Like, we literally, like, this is what the reality of the situation, and if you're ignoring it, then that's going to have an effect. I mean, I think the fact that people have gotten very like clear about what they want out of fighting games and netcode is a good thing. Keats was like basically explained, it's not complicated. Having rollback does not guarantee support. Not having rollback guarantees a lack of support. Right? Mm-hmm. So you throw it in or you don't. Like, if you don't, it's now going to be an issue, because this is the only way we can play together. We're not going to get fucking Parsec going.
The most frustrating thing that I've had over this, like the most frustrated I think I've ever been about a fighting game, is that people are saying, well, I mean, if the online's bad, then VF will live and die by its locals, and with the pandemic winding down, you know, you can just play VF at your locals. And I'm like, we're talking about Virtua Fighter. Mm-hmm. What fucking locals for Virtua Fighter? What planet are you on that anyone gives a shit about Virtua Fighter?
Well, that's a ridiculous, silly take. Like,
I hung out with a group of like a dozen fighting game dweebs. You were one of them in college, Wooly. Crazy about fighting games. You skipped all of our classes. You were the only one that ever was willing to play Virtua Fighter with me, and that was about as good as it gets. That was in a college in a major city with millions of people. I could find one guy, and that guy went on to make a fucking series of video series at his job about fighting games. This is not a representative sample.
Yeah, the magic of it too is that not only does having rollback allow you to play good connection players, to play well with other people that are interested, it lets you play more people than you otherwise could, right? It lets you stabilize connections with places where it usually would be terrible under delay base. So you increase the pool of an already small fan base as well. It's such a net positive. It's a silly thing for them to just kind of pretend it doesn't exist. But as we've been saying for the last 2 years now, at least since the COVID hit, is like a lot of Japan, when it comes to fighting game development, is going to take their sweet time getting pushed into this. They're not doing it willingly. God. And Strive is kind of the proving ground for a lot of these companies.
Oh my God, Wooly, there is real news about the Virtua Fighter 5 netcode from one Maximilian dude.
Oh, is that the tweet that confirmed the netcode?
So he's retweeting a gentleman named Zane Dai. Apparently, I talked with a friend on the RGG team working on VFUS. We got to talking about the netcode, and apparently, from my understanding, they are using the delay-based frame of the game and turning it into Blitz netcode, using dedicated latency servers for limited predictions. Long story short, it is supposed to create zero input delay, using servers as a middleman. I was told it is supposed to be better than peer-to-peer netcodes like delay or rollback. I think this is what Infinite Versus uses.
Infinite Versus! Yes! Oh, Blitz netcode lives again.
The joke becomes real. Max's response,
baby.
Curious to check it out, although it seems like a lot of pre-baked input latency will be present. Yes, there is. Delay net play really sucks as the latency can be variable. Things like Parsec can fix this. It seems as if this is a similar solution. EC to WC will be interesting to test. That explains my experience, because in some matches I had 0 delay on my moves, and on some matches it was like playing underwater. I couldn't do anything, and this was not consistent even between the same opponent from match to match. It seemed like who got the latency was sliding around to one person or the other.
So anyone who wants to see an example of Blitz netcode in action can go back and take a look at at our Infinite Versus video of when we and there's a couple of tweets showing off what this fucking netcode looks like. But okay, that is the funniest, most ridiculous, surreal thing ever, to see that this crazy random Steam games thing came back to now haunt us in Virtua Fighter. But the fact that they even went that way is telling me, I'm inferring a message here that's like, we know that we need to improve on delay-based netcode, but we don't want to implement rollback or GGPO. Where it sounds
anything but the thing that the Westerners made.
Like, it sounds like an active pushback against it at this point, because you're going so roundabout with this new other experimental thing versus the thing that works, that is given away free, that's coming from the West, yes, but I don't know what it is. I can't understand why so much aggression about it. You know, anyway, it's gonna be.
Do you think that the Virtua Fighter, the RGG team, if you tell them that Blitz netcode was actually already created by Westerners as well, that they will remove online play from Virtua Fighter 5?
I mean, I don't know, but look, I don't want to just assume it's the same thing every single time, but the pattern is so fucking telling at this point. I like I said, I think we're gonna see the slow roll of Strive implements it, then maybe another you know what I mean? Like it's like only when they can turn to other Japanese developers that are that have been doing it the same way, and they can find out directly from them, okay, this is good, we can do it this way, can we refer to you, can we talk to an expert that you guys have to help us out with this. I think that's when they'll do it, because for example, Strive reached out to Xenac, who was heavily involved in getting it running as smooth as it was, and just that move in itself is something that a lot of the other studios we're talking about are just not willing to do. They don't want to ask anyone. They don't want to reach out. They don't want to do anything that involves going external. And then you put the game up, and you can't expect people to not be, vocal about the issue when they can't fucking play it properly. And it's free on PS Plus. I know that. But, it doesn't change the fact that, this is such an easy slam dunk at this point. The answer's been floating around. There's no way they haven't heard about it. And putting in Blitz netcode means you're actively dodging rollback to the best of your ability.
Oh man, I can't. It's so stupid.
I thought you were going to make reference to the other thing Max tweeted out, which I retweeted earlier, which is
that?
It's footage of proof of rollback in Virtua
Fighter, where they're doing Kage's
where
roll
Kage's
backwards.
doing his rollback attack.
Yeah.
So anyway, fucking, rip. But hey, you got what you wanted, right? You got Virtua Fighter.
Shut up! No, don't you say that lie to me.
Please enjoy Yakuza implementation of this game, which now Sonic the Fighters is coming, I believe they said. So there's that. That's cool. Maybe, you know what? Maybe the version that's been hacked, where they extracted the PC version out that had the 360 Xbox Live prompts and everything. Maybe some fans can get that working on rollback like they did with Melty Blood. Who knows? Anyway,
what do we got sponsors this week?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta take the dog out.
Do you?
Yeah. I
Okay,
gotta be
so
right back.
quick break. All right.
Quick
Hey,
break.
Doc, we're going to take a quick break for about 5 minutes, I suppose.
Okay.
And then
We're-
we'll be back. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. We're not live, right?
No, we are live. We are live right now. Pat just walked away
Oh,
because he does that.
gotcha.
But yes, I'm going to hit the pause button, and then we'll be resuming in about 5 minutes. All right?
Okay.
Okay. right. Quick word from our sponsors, folks, before we get into the news. This week, the podcast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, I'm hungry. Give food mouth now.
You might remember exactly. That's like just let's boil the utility down for what it is. Mouth food, bring now.
Hit button, phone, man, lady, bring food, give food, mouth, in food, tummy.
Stay alive.
Satisfaction.
Done. Right? Hit button, give survival. That's what it is. It's a survival button.
Mm-hmm.
Your body rewards you by staying alive when you receive the nourishment. So
That's
now
true.
you have a button on a rectangle that you can press to bring you your survival. That's a pretty good service.
Appreciated.
It's
Yeah,
good
it's all
service.
right. Yeah, it's definitely faster than forging.
There you go. And they even have the option to basically like drop it off at your door and you know, it's out of sight, out of mind for safe delivery. So just hit the fuck off button. Just well, no, not fuck off, but you can hit the safe contactless delivery button, and they can drop off whatever you're in the mood for. So of course we're talking on DoorDash, over 300,000 partners in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Canada, Australia, all your local go-tos, favorite chains, whatever you're in the mood for, midnight cravings, morning, breakfast, coffee, whatever it is, they got you hooked up. And, of course, DoorDash also has groceries and essentials. If you need some snacks, household items, you can get yourself some basic essentials delivered all under an hour. So, you just want to get the DoorDash app. I know that I'm pretty much, again, I've been using it way more frequently, and I'll tell you what, when your back is blown the fuck out and moving around sucks, it really helps when you can DoorDash some food over to you. So kudos to them for that. Appreciate that.
Thanks, DoorDash. I
Keeping me
appreciate you
alive.
putting food in my mouth. I don't have to go outside.
For a limited time, our listeners can get 25% off and zero delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE2021. That's 25% off up to $10 value and zero delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE2021. Don't forget, code CASTLE2021 for 25% off your first order with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
This week as well, the podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN, the folks who are out there allowing you to access the shit that Netflix don't want you to. You know, I mean, there's different things you can do, but one of the coolest things about a VPN is you hit the button and you go, I want to see what's going on Japanese Netflix. I want to see what's going on in the UK. Why can't I watch stuff? I'm from Canada. I can't watch cool American stuff, vice versa, whatever. You ExpressVPN, you just hit the button and then you are able to access all of that content, which is locked to the patch of dirt that you're not on. You know? Yes, there's all of that. Plus, of course, there's privacy. The ISPs are out there, tech giants with your data, and all sorts of concerns you can have where ExpressVPN comes in handy with a secure encrypted tunnel between you and your device and the internet. So, it's rated #1 by CNET, Wired, and The Verge. Works on phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. That's pretty cool. You can put it at the router level. How about that? Like I said, I was using it to check out tons of stuff that is otherwise available only in America, because Canadian Netflix is known to fuck us over from time to time. And back when I was trying to catch advanced episodes of Terrace House, that was the way to do it with Japanese ExpressVPN. So, You can secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast today. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
And last but not least, our sponsor this week is HVMN. And this is, I was talking about this not too long ago, but HVMN is basically helping with getting better foods, better diets, healthier intake in general. Something that I've been trying to do for a while now is sticking to a keto diet. So one that involves pretty much minimizing carb intake, getting protein in there, healthy fats, and fibers, and more or less just keeping a nice balance, because it's a decent formula for weight loss when you are combining that with portions and exercise. Considering the state my back is in, I intend to return promptly to this diet, and HVMN comes in with keto food bars and MCT oils and powders that you can help alongside that kind of diet. So it's definitely something that I know when I was in the middle of like getting my workout going, when I was boxing and I was sticking to my keto and stuff, I was definitely using the MCT oil in my coffee, and it was an absolute, like, it was a really a huge difference. It helped a lot for sticking to my daily goals and things like that with weight loss. And I'll get back there. I'm saying it on a podcast live on an MP3, so everyone's hearing me say it. Or
you're right. If somebody says something online, they have to do it. They can't back out.
Everyone's heard it. But yeah, I was using the HVMN. They got the keto bars, multiple flavors, shortbread, chocolate, all these different types that are, again, super keto friendly. And if you want to take a look at what they've got to offer, right now, HVMN is offering our listeners an additional 10% off your first order when you go to hvmn.com/superbeast. You can embrace healthy living by going to hvmn.com/superbeast for 10% off your first order. That's hvmn.com/superbeast for 10% off. I know, and I was going to say, like, if you're curious about keto, you can look up. There's lots of info about it out there online, but overall, it definitely it's not just about like losing weight as well. It helps you feel a lot more satiated when you eat. Like, something that I found particularly helpful is it cuts down my appetite for wanting to eat as much as well. So, like, you're getting less pings throughout the day to be like, I want to snack on something, and I found that particularly helpful for when I was slimming down. Soon I'll return. So yeah, thank you, HVMN.
Thanks, HVMN.
All right. So
I think the dog broke my keyboard. Every time I turn it on, it plays the help message.
Just eat less calories. You'd think it would be just as simple as eating less calories, but it turns out that people are different and have different metabolisms, right? So you would think that it would just be intake in, intake out. But when I was counting my macros initially, before I was eating in this way, I would track my effort, track my workouts daily, and I would track my intake, and I noticed that there's a discrepancy between the amount that my body holds on to versus the output of my daily efforts. And it's weird because in my family, I'm definitely an outlier. Like, I'm the only person that's overweight in my family. Everyone is very tall and lithe and fit. But the metabolisms work weirdly and differently for people. So I tried different combinations of calories in, calories out, and noticed massive failure until a specific combination of like intense workouts and keto together were where I saw my results. So for me personally, that's what helped, you know?
You should try the ketamine diet.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
You should just hit Special K until you lose weight.
Special K, yeah. You know, you can get it prescribed.
Get out, really?
Yeah.
If you're a horse, maybe.
No, Neil Brennan, Chappelle's co-writing partner from the Chappelle Show back in the day, was prescribed ketamine by his doctor to deal with like depression and a couple other things he was going through. And
yeah, I bet
it was like a crazy thing to hear that like they actually have prescription ketamine, but like he swears that it helped him a lot.
Doc, I'm real sad. What do you got, meth? Great. Great.
I mean, you can go hear him talk about it, you know? Yeah. Anywho.
Okay, we got lots of news, and we're already at 3 hours, which we said we were probably going to be done. So what do we got for news?
Okay, well, we're coming off 2
I told
weeks,
you
so.
Doc's a verbose bitch. I did. I told you.
It's true. I am a verbose bitch.
We learned.
Well, I mean, you fit in sure thing on here.
Yeah, so first things first, obviously, you know, we weren't able to do this last week, but Kentaro Miura passed away. Rest in peace, you know, like the creator of Berserk. Yeah, creator of Berserk suddenly passed. And, you know, everyone, I mean, it really did, like, everyone came out and just, like, started dropping all these panels and all these quotes and all these pages of just, like, you know, the most meaningful moments to take away from Berserk. And it kind of shows you that it's like, yeah, like it's one of these long form mangas that, you know, it starts one way and then it kind of just becomes this large life metaphor, you know. And there's so many examples. The fact that there were like so many examples to go with of just like, here's just an introspective guts moment that you can use to just like take with you as life advice is fucking incredible. I mean, what else can we say? It's Berserk. It inspired, guaranteed it inspired one of the things you loved. You know, like Tupac has that line where he's like, I'm not going to be the one that changes the world, but I'm going to spark the brain that changes the world. I guarantee it. It's like that, where it's like Berserk 100% will have inspired someone who made something that you love.
It
if you're listening to this podcast.
But, yeah. I remember somebody had said they started reading it a couple months ago, like when this is like last week when, you know, he passed and people were talking about it. Somebody said, oh yeah, I just started reading it, and as I was reading I was like, oh my god, everything I love comes from this.
Oh yeah.
They're like, this is the source. Like Dark Souls, the fucking Castlevania TV show, you know, just weird shit, you know. The first person shooter I'm trying to make, it has influences from Berserk. Like, I think everybody I know creatively has some Berserk inspiration. It is one of the most important works of fiction of the entire 20th and 21st centuries, I think.
If you've ever liked a character with a big sword,
there it is.
You're already in.
Cloud Strife comes from Berserk. He does.
It's fascinating because usually when you go to something that inspired a ton of work, it can end up retroactively feeling derivative to a new viewer or a new reader. There's no chance of that on Berserk. Like, you go back to any page or any panel and it's still exploding with quality and inventiveness that, even though people have been like homaging or ripping it off or whatever you want to call it for decades, it's still not Berserk. God damn it. Like, it's its own thing forever.
What was really shocking was that so when the news came out, it was already like 3 weeks since it had happened, because he passed in early May. And I remember 1 week we were talking about, I think it was 2 episodes ago on the podcast, where there was a pop-up where like a fake tweet was coming out saying, oh, Berserk Netflix series confirmed or whatever. And I looked at it, I'm like, that is like, I'm like, source, some random guy's Twitter, trust me, dude. You know, it's like, yeah, we're not, like, don't even bring this up. This is nonsense until proven otherwise. And like that had come up, and like again, that was like maybe like the 12th or 13th or something like that. And it's like, yeah, and he had already passed. He passed on like the 5th or 4th or something along those lines, you know? So, I guess it just, yeah, it wasn't, you know, like brought up until much later. But, I mean, what I can tell, I haven't caught up, so I'm definitely behind. You know, I have a whole lot of rereading to do at this point, since it's been years since I read it. But, what I can tell it sounds like a lot of people are like, I'm okay with where it got to.
So I'll weigh in on this. As I caught up myself, it got to a place that it is so okay if it ended right here that it almost feels like Miura knew he was going to pass away.
Wow.
Like, it has a aggressive break point where it could just end forever, or it could be continued even by somebody else, and it would be kind of fine. But this whole situation paints Berserk and people's perceptions of Berserk, and to a degree Game of Thrones, in a new context, which is everybody shit on / teased Berserk for the boat, which was what, 8 years of on and off, almost total hiatus, and then a hiatus here and a hiatus there. And then when Miura went back to work at a regular rate, his heart exploded. Like, he had an aortic rupture, and his heart blew up in his chest. And you look at like the Hunter x Hunter author, and how he had, you know, in some cases was drawing like on napkins. From the hospital. And the discussion about the way mangaka are like habitually overworked, and the own interviews with Miura here and there over the years of his editors like coming and banging on his door and screaming at him to stop spending all day on a single panel. Like, the boat ride and the hiatus stuff with the with Berserk really makes a lot more sense in context of, like, writing Berserk was directly deleterious to Miura's health. Like, there is a 1-to-1. Like, I'm not a doctor, but it seems to me that a 54-year-old man in otherwise good health's heart bursting, essentially, is out of the ordinary.
We talked, like, at the beginning of this podcast about, you know, wanting to work in an environment where people are happy and not crunched and not stressed and not under constant pressure. But when you are your own, like, when you are your own cruel manager, in a way, you can overwork yourself even without anyone being there to whip you, you know? Like,
I was on vacation last week and I still streamed 3 times.
I was injured and I finished another episode of Guilty Gear Lore. Like, it is a thing, but in this particular case, yeah, you
done that, yeah. Like, I think we've all done that. Like, we've all found ourselves in a place where we really shouldn't be working, but we're choosing to. And, you know, after my run-in with my actual heart, and I had a doctor saying, you have a congenital heart defect, and we can fix it, but you need to take it easy for like 3 months and do nothing. Like, nothing. I had to develop a habit of, oh, I have to stop. And it is, I know so many people, because, you know, like I said earlier, it creeps up on you, right? Like, you don't even know you're burned out until it's too late. You have to bake it into your process. You have to make yourself take time, or you will die, unfortunately. And that's what happens to guys like Miura, or fucking the guy who did Astro Boy. Tezuka. Tezuka died pretty early too. Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, I feel like I can peg it down to, because I had like when during my college days, like I was kind of I went to this extremely intense technical program for art that was just like it fucked me up in ways that I'm still like my entire sleep schedule being broken. So much of my health and things like that came from like those fucking years of insane. It was crunch. It was 3 years of crunch essentially in school. But yeah, so that kind of just taught me about like, okay, well, you gotta hustle, you gotta work, you gotta do things. They found a way to put like the maximum course load limit I think was 8 classes, and they gave us 14. It was insane, But what I remember was like I already kind of had that habit develop, and then something over the years was when YouTube stuff was going good and stuff started popping off and everything was happening. I remember there was a moment where I kind of realized that like, okay, I'm working like on my own thing. I can do whatever I want. I can decide how I want things to go. And I had a moment where I kind of realized that it's like, because I have this like freedom in a way, I know that like I have an opportunity to do things and put them out there to an audience that exists, which is a massive thing that other people don't have. And people are like, again, I know that I'm really fortunate to have that ability to like talk to an audience, because so many people are working on projects that's all they want to do. So with that comes a feeling of, well, I have to like make sure to be grateful for this and capitalize on it and use it and put things out there, because if you don't, you're wasting that opportunity. You're wasting the fact that you have a kind of spotlight or of some kind to put things out into. And that kind of leads to me always going like, make something else, try something else, keep it going,
Yeah.
Yeah, everything. I mean, work-life balance sounds like the kind of thing that like an asshole HR manager trying to trick you into stealing your lunch break came up with. But I just mean the term sounds scummy, but like it's important. One of the most interesting things that I found out, because I've been looking up a lot of Endwalker stuff, and there's been a lot of Yoshi P interviews, particularly in regards to like Soken beating his cancer into remission, but still working from the hospital. And one of the interesting things is that the FF14 team, on average, works 6-hour days. They don't even work 8-hour days.
I remember reading a study that said that we actually found out that, scientifically speaking, the most productive you can be is, I think, 30 hours a week. Like, if you actually cap at 30 hours a week, whether that's 4 8-hour days or 5 6-hour days, I think that's how math works. I'm bad at math.
Yeah.
If you do that, you actually make better work than if you just try to add more hours to it.
Yeah.
And that's what things like the Mythical Man Month are about and all this other stuff, is the more time you spend doing something doesn't make it better. It actually makes it worse. I've seen people overwork and then make mistakes that they wouldn't have made if they were sharp.
1,000,000%.
Oh, that's the
yes.
number one. That's the number one thing against crunch is like, yeah, you're putting more hours in, and that's good, I guess, until somebody makes a mistake that costs more hours to fix than it took to get there.
Yep. I mean, I've multiple times I've told the story on this podcast about the guy who took a triple shift, who worked fucking day shift, night shift, and then grave shift, all back to back, and at the end of it, he was just typing nonsense into the bug database until someone had to get on the phone and call him, and when my coordinator went over and tapped him on the shoulder, dude was just standing there with like watering eyes, practically tearing up, sitting at the desk because he'd been working for basically 20 hours. And then they're like, oh yeah, you can't do this anymore. And then the office went, okay, no more triple shifts allowed, where it's kind of like, I don't even know if that was legal to begin with.
It's not in this province.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like it was like not that a fucking company like that would have given a shit, but
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, man, Berserk, that's it. Like when you take a look at the whatever we call it, the Amazon like book list or whatever, it was just Berserk volumes 1 through 20 flying off the shelves because it's just like, yep, time to read it.
It's probably the most like amazing story that I got out of all of this is that the writer and author of Hajime no Ippo, I forget that gentleman's name, but described how Miura actually came to work for him as an assistant when Ippo was starting out.
Yes, I saw that.
And he worked for him for a year, and he's looking at Miura's work, and he's like, I'm firing you. You need to go because I can't teach you anything, and you're already better than I am. You need to go make your own thing now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, having George Morikawa say that to you must have been like just one of the greatest things that ever happened to Miura, at least in terms of confidence. Like, Morikawa was only a year older, or is only a year older than Miura. Like, they're pretty similar in age, but to hear that from the creator of literally one of the most iconic manga of all time must have been just the coolest compliment ever.
Yeah.
You know, because
like, I'm too good to work on Hajime no Ippo. Are you for real, man?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think all the praise that has made me the happiest has either been when people are like, this hit me in a personal way, or it's when somebody professionally who I admire is like, yeah, this is really good. Like that, there's just something really special about people who know your discipline complimenting you that's very different than people who don't. So I can't even begin to imagine. What I had to say about Miura's thing was just, it sucks that he wasn't able to finish his opus. Like, I don't care so much about me getting the ending. I just wish he'd been able to get there and feel the victory of it. For me, that's the biggest tragedy. Like, whether or not I get to an ending or not, sure, I think we'd all love to have got an ending, but him not being able to get to that ending, it's like when a race car driver doesn't hit his finish line, right? He deserved that. So that kind of sucks.
So to that point, barely a couple months ago, I was talking about another series that my favorite manga is Vagabond, and the creator, Inoue, like, stopped midway through at volume 37, and just went on pretty much indefinite hiatus, and we just never really got to find out why until like recently, where like we found out that, like, yeah, similar kind of situation, he was dying making this. It was draining him, like, to levels that like nothing else in his life was, causing him anxiety and stress. It was insane. He had to stop. And it shows how much of his like soul is on these pages when you open up any one of these volumes and take a look at what the level of again, like, neurotic detail put into everything. But he did get to have he had a like kind of an art show where he just drew a collection of images that show like what would happen to his character over the years with time, and it kind of gave the image of like, this is what the ending would have been. And that finally got released, and then we were able to look at that and get, honestly, a really strong and good sense of closure out of this story. So he was able to see what was happening in a way and headed off at the pass, and then he just kind of like drew images of where the story would have gone, and then that was the bookend on it. Miura didn't get that. And yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
I do also feel too that like way less as important in that way, but like it feels as if like that and Berserk is used to be in a similar place to JoJo, where it was just like, this thing just cannot get adapted successfully by anyone else. Like, no one gets how to do this, and Araki was able to eventually, like, he's around, and he was able to get to the point where now David Production is here making the franchise, like making an incredible adaptation of his work. And Berserk, it's like, with these movies you can get these moments, but like it just seemed like the kind of thing that, like, unless like just the best teams possible got together to work on this. It feels like Berserk was almost unadaptable by any average anime studio, you know, considering how many times it was botched. Was that like 3 tries?
I want to say 3 sounds right.
3 tries, yeah. Well,
So I actually have never seen the adaptations. I've only read the manga, and now I have all of the volumes sitting in my room, and it's I'm 6 foot tall, and all the volumes that are currently out go all the way up to my knee. Like, it's huge.
I think you can go back and watch like 97. It's old as fuck, and it's got like one of the legendarily most awful fucking intros and outros, but the actual score in the show is fire, and like you can go back to that.
That's the 2D one, right? Like, not the 3D anime, the 2D one. Yeah. Okay, I've seen some stuff of that, and it makes me want to check it out. But
dodge that 3D, dodge that fucking 3D.
Dodge it.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody took my favorite manga of all time and made it 3D, and it broke my heart, which was Tsutomu Nihei's Blame. The 3D movie for Netflix is just...
Blame.
We're talking about a manga that has 90 pages of no dialogue at all. Like, it can't get adapted, but
they kept trying.
They tried and they missed.
Even before that Netflix thing, they tried a series of like shorts. There were like 10-minute episodes that were just more or less glorified. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was just like, man, some things are just meant to be the medium they were conceived in. You know?
Yeah.
I'd say most things are, honestly. When's the Adios manga?
Probably won't be a manga. Figured out how to do a TV show, though. Which is Adios, and Adios 2 is one TV series.
I gotta say, the phrase Adios 2 is just, like, deeply hilarious to me.
The name is Adios 2 : Aloha. So it's partly because it's in Hawaii, and partly because it's really fucking funny.
Nice.
Oh man,
strong.
I mean, I like to think that what I did, you know, there are moments of Adios that I think are perversely funny, and I want to keep that going. Also, Miura inspired Adios. You wouldn't know this because we couldn't afford the art to get in the game, but we mentioned Farmer working on fighting in Vietnam. We were gonna have a portrait of him and all his war buddies there, and one of the guys was gonna be a man with a goat head, like the goat priest from Berserk. So he's gonna show up in Adios 2 now instead of Adios 1. But yeah.
See, I was waiting to hear like, yeah, it turns out Farmer's got a brand on the back of his neck, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
Just like, what?
Nope, this is just a world where people, certain people are animal people. And that's because I love the goat apostle. I love that visual design that Miura did.
Well, so there's that. And then like, yeah. Well, I don't know. Not much else to say, but rest in peace, Miura. Again, like just master of your medium, and everyone read Berserk. Fuck, that's it. You know.
Good.
All right. We pretty much touched on what we were going to say about Virtua Fighter 5, so I'll leave that.
That guy's since deleted his Twitter account, so I don't know what's going on.
Cool. But there's some other things going on. One, you got that Dead by Daylight Resident Evil crossover.
I'm bad with Nemesis. Need more practice. I also want to say that I totally called this entire DLC 100%. I said it was going to be Nemesis. I said it was going to be Leon and Jill. I said it was going to be the RPD. And I even said that Nemesis would use his tentacle and cause like a plague status effect like the plague character. I'm basically a genius. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'm just kind of amazed that Ass to Mouth Studios eventually became this fucking super successful thing that's behavior's doing good with this game. Like it's such a far distance from the days of testing their mobile stuff, you know? They used to be called A2. They used to be called A2M Studios. Literally, that was the studio name. They didn't know.
Wow.
They didn't know. They're French. They just didn't know.
I had a friend start playing it a couple weeks ago, and he's been streaming it to me. And if I was into this kind of game, this game seems pretty much perfect. Like, this is just one of the like. Have you ever sat there and just admired a game's design? Because that's where I'm at with Dead by Daylight. It's like, holy shit, I'm jealous of the.
So I've definitely played enough of it to tell you it is not perfect. There are problems.
Oh,
but
yeah.
none of those problems overwhelm that it's like, haha, I'm playing Michael Myers and I'm going to stab Ash Williams from Evil Dead, and it's good.
It's
and it's
great.
a fun game to play that's good.
So I think the first asymmetric game that I've ever played was Luigi's Mansion on Nintendo World. And maybe they played something before that, but that's the first one that I like. I remember having a moment of thinking like, oh, this is something really interesting. Like giving one player more ability and like just balancing around the fact that it's, it's a lopsided battle. And that was like such a cool idea where it's just like, yeah, okay, no, do this, please. More of this, Crawl is another really great example.
There was that one game, The Hidden, the Half-Life 2 mod, I want to say. I think there was a Half-Life 1 mod as well. I remember seeing that come out and trying to figure out, like, why doesn't Evolve work? Why does this game work and Evolve doesn't? And I finally realized, in a game like Hide and Seek, it needs all the power. And when 4 people are ganging up on one person, it doesn't feel very fun. But when one person is ganging up on 4 people, not really ganging up because it's one person, but when one person is kind of the it figure, it works. So I think that's why Friday the 13th and Dead by Daylight and The Hidden and things like that work, whereas games like Evolve or Fable Legends, stuff like that didn't work, is because it was one person having to lose to 4 other people, and that just isn't fun.
Yeah, it's also why Snake versus Guards in MGS3's original online worked, because while Snake had a lot more tools to use, like, that's still 7 other dudes just looking for you. It's a lot.
But like I was gonna say, because I didn't really touch that. Like, was that in and of itself like what was the best? Like, blah. Snake had more tools, but was that the only balancing thing that they had going for him?
No, he was strong. He was the equivalent of 3 guards. In terms of power, but he was not the equivalent of 7 guards.
Okay, yeah.
Like if they found him for real, like that was the end of that.
Yeah, so asymmetrical games are just a fucking cool ass concept. Kudos Dead by Daylight on.
They're also like really easy
going.
to like horribly botch. Like Evolve was a great example. Like, man, every version of that. Just, ugh.
Sucks is I went and played like a bot match version of the game. Like, not too long ago, I was clearing out my Xbox and seeing things I had installed on it, and I was like, I never did properly play this. I haven't played it since the alpha. I wonder if this is any good. And I played it, and it's like, oh, this could have been really fun if they just didn't make it asymmetrical. Like, if they just made it a PvE game, I think it would have been amazing.
The other thing that game had a problem was that the balance of the power shifts like really dramatically between if you can catch the monster at stages 1 and 2, it's like a win, but if the monster gets to the 3rd stage, like you're fucking fucked.
Yep.
And it's like, no, it should just be a more balanced version of one of those stages.
After they came out, they did one of those postmortems, and they were like, the problem with the game was probably that we all wanted it to be fun, and so we were all kind of pretending it was more fun than it was. But they were like, at the same time, a bunch of people like would play it at shows and seem to think it was fun, so they were still trying to figure it out, and I was sitting there going, oh, the reason it works is because when you're all in the same room together, you don't feel like you're playing against each other. There's a camaraderie there that you get when you're like all in a showroom and it's a bunch of people on the floor. You don't get that when you're online.
Played it at a show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun. In the same room.
It was a blast. We sat down in these fancy gamer chairs with these high-end PCs, 4v1, and we're all a big group and we're all yelling at each other. It was the ideal scenario. It was great.
that energy of being right there in this at the same time. It's a huge difference. Yeah. Also the Dead by Daylight, like the fact that they've gotten this many guest tie-in things going strong as well is like kind of a miraculous Smash Brothers-esque juggling
Oh yeah,
act.
it's become very clear that there's only one they're not going to get, and anything else they go after they will. But the only one they're never going to get is Jason, because
They've got
he's
their
the
own
biggest, and he has his own game.
which is the
But
competition.
like,
Yeah.
everybody, like Pyramid Head and Nemesis are hanging out with Ash and Mike Myers and Leatherface and
So that's the thing, too.
the Demogorgon from Stranger Things.
So that's the thing is like there's usually like you can see like a list of like, you know, these are some classic horror inspirations and characters coming in as guests, but the fact that they got to Pyramid Head and they got to Resident Evil is like, oh, they're getting like Japan involved too. They're getting like these legendary game franchises involved, you know. So like they've got the access. They're reaching out there now. That's
Like
pretty
I
impressive.
would. Me and Paige is the one who got me into it. She's crazy into Dead by Daylight, but we've been talking for years. It's like it's only a matter of time before the Xenomorph gets in. And like, why not? Like literally, why not? Like Nemesis
depend
doesn't
on the
put people on
Disney
hooks.
It's
Wait,
really
does
gonna
Disney
depend on
own the
Disney.
Xenomorph?
Yeah, because they own Fox, and Fox owns Alien. So
Oh Jesus
know,
shit! God
that's
damn
why
it.
the alien. That's why the alien queen is now a Disney princess.
Oh no, he's right.
Yeah, so there's a rights issue that Disney's going through right now because they bought Fox, and so they think they own all this stuff, but they're not paying people rights for like the adaptations. Like I think Alan Dean Foster is going through this, and a bunch of other people. Where Disney's like, no, we bought the rights. We didn't buy the obligations, which is not how rights work.
No, it's
when you buy the rights to
not.
something, you have to pay royalties.
That's
And so they're not
stupid.
paying. Yeah, they're not paying people royalties, and a bunch of like writing guilds and stuff are like, whoa, hold up. So the guys who wrote the original Predator movie are now arguing against Disney about rights stuff too. So they can't, as far as I know, do anything to that Predator game either, because Disney also owns Predator. So that's kind of like they can't like add content to that. I think we heard the same thing about the Friday the 13th. Is there's more like 80s rights stuff at play. So whether or not those characters come in might not be just about their own games. It might also be about who owns the rights now and whether or not the original creators are getting a cut and stuff like that. Because it sounds like at least in the case of Predator, those guys are actively blocking any additional Predator content from being created.
Hey, you guys, you keep going for 5 minutes. I gotta take the dog out. But no, now that we have a guest, there's no reason to stop the podcast. I'm gonna keep my headphones on so I can hear most of it. But I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Well, moving along then, what do we got going on over here? There's... Let's jump over to... Well, here's just a quick heads up to anybody who might want to take notice. There's a really cool new fighting game that I've been following called Blazing Strike by someone on Twitter called RareBreed Makes Games. And they've been working on this, and it's a really cool, classic-looking, beautiful sprite fighting game. And it got picked up by Aksys. So just heads up for anyone who wants something that looks, you know, it looks like pretty much like that 99, 2000 era Third Strike, Mark of the Wolves style, like really clean sprite work. Check it out. Blazing Strike. And yeah, basically this indie game getting picked up by Aksys is awesome, because I mean this has been worked on for a while now, and it's nice to see kind of like I don't know if it's a one-man project, but from the way it sounded over the years, it seemed like it. It's just great to see that game getting recognition. We're absolutely
I just looked it up.
Looks great.
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
I'm gonna jump on get into fighting games with that as soon as possible. I cannot wait. It looks like the kind of game I would have spent just infinite quarters on, you know, back in the day. So yeah, that's Blazing Strike. What else have we got over here? Let's jump over to okay, I'll squeeze this out real quick, but there's a Gundam Seed thing happening. I'm not a particular fan of Gundam Seed. I don't know if you know anything about Gundam. Have you perused?
I just started watching like a little bit of it. Some people
Okay.
like, you need to start with Char's counterattack, and I was like completely lost because it was
Okay,
the
that's
worst place to
insane.
start. Yeah,
Who
I had
told you
no
to do
idea
that?
what was happening.
What
I don't
crazy
remember.
person?
It was like 10 years ago, so it put me off it for a while, and then somebody said, no, start with Iron-Blooded Orphans. So I started watching that, and that was pretty cool. But
God.
I'm still pretty new to Gundam. So
People suck. People are so bad at recommending things. It bothers me so much because most of the time, not always, most of the time, it's real simple, but people just they go, well, no, but I like this one the best, so let me just tell them to go watch the cool thing right away. And it's just like, you don't realize that context matters. And like, oftentimes with these things, it's like, where do I start? The answer should be at the beginning. How do I get into Gundam? How do I get into JoJo? How do I get into Metal Gear? Whatever. Just start at the one. Go, Gundam, like, yeah. I honestly, like, it's a crazy series. It's a crazy long-running thing. There's millions and millions of things to watch. But to be perfectly honest, I feel as if, like, if you watch the original thing from '79 and you see what that is, knowing that it's old, because you know how old it is, you can
Sure.
imagine, and then you can, like, from there you can decide whether or not you like what this is about, and then check out the other stuff. But that's one of those shows where I'm like, yeah, I think you can go back and watch it. It's old, but you just, knowing it's old, realize you're watching an old thing, and that'd be it.
I mean, I know it's not near as old, but I started watching El Hazard not too long ago, and it's very 90s.
Wow, yeah,
But it's
okay,
fun.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fun,
yeah.
And then from there, I've started to jump into some stuff. So, I'm very much that like 96 to 2008 era person with
Yeah.
my anime consumption.
For
So
sure.
I'm trying to branch out, which is one of the reasons why I watched Madoka last week. And
Okay.
and I just finished yesterday. I watched Akudama Drive, which is like brand new, but it's by the Danganronpa guy.
Yeah. I got
That
to.
was exciting.
I'm about 4 episodes in, and pretty cool. I haven't gone back to binge the rest of it, but I like what they started. I like what they're putting down.
You got something to look forward to then. It gets
Yeah,
it gets wild.
And I mean, like, it's Danganronpa writer plus Zero Escape, right? So
Yeah. Oh.
yeah.
Yeah. I
I
think that's
believe
right,
it's I believe it's the Zero Escape guy and the Danganronpa guy working together on this studio. So like, those are 2 franchises I fucking love. So like, yeah, definitely down for that. But yeah, they announced the new Gundam Seed thing. Gundam Seed is not very good. It's a bad, and this thing is going to be a manga spinoff, and who knows, it might be all right, because some of their manga spinoffs of, the Astray Red thing was there, and then they had what was it? Stargazer was this other Gundam Seed thing. The audience isn't knowing. I'm just talking to them at this point, but fucking whatever. Seed news is annoying in a world.
Oh
where
man, I'm
it's
came
annoying.
back
Yeah,
to Gundam
yeah.
Seed, huh?
Yeah. In a world where there's better franchises, there's better Gundam things that have not yet been animated. Every time we hear more about Seed, it's just like, ugh, But it's popular, so I get it. It's like Wing, It's just a huge hit. It's gonna get attention. It makes it the name carries weight. Anyway, Crossbone when? Yeah, fucking never apparently, but it is what it is. Anyway, that's fine.
I don't know how we got here. I left and you were talking about a new fighting game, and I came back and you're like, Gundam Seed still exists.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the shit that I'm like, what do I want to squeeze out here that I want you to not get a word in edgewise on? Because there's things that you're probably going to want to talk about.
You should get a fighting game announcement here every week so I can go to the bathroom and you can talk by yourself.
Well, this is one where you say that, but if you check out Blazing Strike, I think you'd fucking love what you saw.
I'll take a look at it like I do every week. and I go, "Oh, that's a cool game," and then I forget it exists.
Yeah.
Blazing
Check it out.
Strike. Let's rare. Oh, I already looked at it. Apparently, a million years ago.
How cool does that look?
That looks cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Online played powered by GGPO rollback netcode. Hey, look at that. Even the indies can do it, Sega.
See, the indies started it. The indies have been doing it. That's the problem. But you know.
See, now I hate Blazing Strike because it makes me sad about Virtua Fighter.
There you go. What else? We got the someone modded Resident Evil Village into third person. Have you seen that footage?
I have not. I bet it looks jank as shit.
It doesn't. It doesn't look that bad, actually.
I'll go look at that right now.
See, now this makes me want somebody to mod RE2 into first person. That'd make
That
me
seems
really
terrible. I hate that.
Well, why would you do that when you could go play the Umbrella Chronicles
Stop that.
and the Dark Side Chronicles? First person
Well,
Resident
that looks a
Evil
million
Adventures.
times better than I was expecting. Holy shit.
Right? Over the shoulder RE4 style, locked in. Not that bad.
Man, that's what that game should have been.
It works surprisingly well in third person. Yeah, interesting. I just thought it was like, and it's a whole new way to experience Lady D, right? So, there you go. This is a unconfirmed rumor, but it is coming from Ars Technica. Valve is apparently working on a Switch-like portable gaming PC.
Yeah,
Steam
I
Pal.
saw that a little while ago, and I'm like, okay, it'll get delayed twice, and then it'll come out, and then it'll be digital only, so retailers won't carry it, and then they'll slowly phase it out over 18 months, and then everyone will forget it existed.
I don't know if they're gonna figure the hardware thing out. I feel like they got Steam is Steam, but the branch out to the controller and the branch out to I mean maybe, but also
I mean,
if you
remember
can
Steam
stream-
machines?
Yes. Where did those go?
They died. They were overpriced.
Well, there you go.
They're gone.
And the fact that you can stream currently from like if you've got a decent tablet, you can already kind of do this in a way. I don't know if like what's your market here. You know, you're not going for Switch competition. What are you going for?
Is it streaming or is it native?
Let's take a look.
Because I mess with this kind of shit like on my own just for fun. In streaming, even just like on my phone in my bathtub, right? Just got a nice candle going and everything's great, but somehow I'm blasting, you know, a stupid video game like Katamari Damacy. There's still lag that just doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
But, you know, when I'm playing on my Switch, it feels better because it's native. So, I mean,
Yeah.
if the Steam Pal is native, I mean, that sounds really exciting, honestly. There are a lot of games I'd love to play natively that, I mean, and I'm talking to somebody who hacked my Switch to be able to stream games from my PC. And I even hacked a Vita to do that, actually.
Wow.
I can literally
okay.
play, like, yeah, I can play Forza on my Vita, but the sticks suck.
I will say, like,
one of my Vitas. I have
the
20
streaming
Vitas.
for the streaming stuff, like again, Parsec manages to work wonders. That like other streaming platforms have not been able to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from the description on this article, it sounds like that's what they're going for. They're describing the chip. They're going with an AMD chip. They want it to be. Yeah. Okay. Again, it's a lot. A lot of this is kind of early on in unconfirmed information. It will have a dock for larger monitors as well.
Oh, I'm here
Okay.
for that.
Okay, so they're going for that similar thing, yeah, where you can
Are you our dock for larger monitors?
HDMI up. Yeah, okay. Built with Linux as the likely
Can't be if you
target.
want, Pat. Well, if it's running Linux, it probably isn't a streaming box. Like, I assume if
Yeah,
it's got a Steam
no.
client, it will stream, but that sounds native, which is instantly very exciting to me. again, I'm a weirdo who owns 20 Vitas, and I love to hack them. So
I don't
target
know.
market for weird shit.
I'm dubious considering how Steam's hardware has gone in the past. You know, we'll see.
I don't
but-
think there'll be any support. It'll come out for like, a year or two and discontinue, like y'all were saying earlier. But I mean, if I buy it,
Then you'll have it till it breaks.
Okay, so it's exciting in the sense that you can add it to your museum. Not in the sense that it'll be a long-standing supported thing. Okay.
Hey, what games do you like to play on the Vita, Doc?
anything I can stream.
Okay,
Also,
yeah.
I use my PS1 as sorry, I use my Vita as like the current active one I'm using, which is my blue one. I have a couple blue ones, but like my all blue Vita 2000. I figured out how to hack it to use video out via USB, so I can actually connect it to a monitor. So I can actually use it like a portable PS1, and that's what I do with it. Is basically I'm playing PS1 games. So I'm actually about to start Vagrant Story. Is that right? The PS1
That's a good
RPG.
Mm-hmm.
Matsuno, I think. Yeah, that's going to be my first time playing it. So I'm really excited because I've actually never played any PS1 like classic RPGs ever. So this is my first time, and I'm really excited. Yeah.
That one is a particular strange case because I saw that apparently there's someone that the emulated version of it, someone figured out a like a cell shading filter for it or something along those lines, something that kind of gives it the effect that the Tactics remake had almost. And it was just one of these cases of just like, yeah, apparently they got the game looking a lot better than it originally did, or something. Maybe am I thinking of a different game? Is it anyway? That's cool. I feel as if the Vita in my brain existed because P4, the Golden was on it, and then they finally
needed a place to go be trapped.
They finally freed it from its prison, so but the Vita TV actually still gets a lot of play in my house. Real talk. My girl uses it for like, yeah, she streams for, she connects to my PS4 from there, or like plays other like older ports and classics and things like that. So it has gotten some play.
Makes sense.
Which is why Sony almost killing all of that was going to be a fucking ridiculous mistake. But
Sony came to my house and took my Vita away.
They basically did that to me with my original Vita. I had a 64 gig memory card, and those are shit. So it broke, and I lost my 250 some hour Digimon Cyber Sleuth save. My heart was destroyed, completely annihilated.
Oh, God. Yeah. No, like, the Tales of Lost Saves is a subject that comes up every year. And it's like, what was your fucking, what's your worst memories? What scars are you carrying with you? For me, it was, definitely not that. But like I had, my Golden Sun final boss, area save, where the battery died on my Game Boy Advance right as I got to the save point and just fucking fried it entirely.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and you're just like, I just didn't have the spirit to fucking to restart at that point, When I was younger, my first time playing FF7, like getting out of Midgar was a huge deal. It took me a long time. I didn't know what I was doing. And then I finally did, and then my brother formatted our computer and just like killed everything I had without asking. I also lost in that format my giant collection of Dragon Ball GIFs of 2-frame powering up Dragon Ball character GIFs, as well as all of my Mugen creations, which I had created stages and characters and things. And all of that was wiped in one fell swoop. So it hurt. It hurt.
For me, it was
I think we've
FF7
all
near
gone
the end
through,
of the
right?
game twice.
I remember wiping my Windows not too long ago and discovering that I'd just lost my entire several saves that I thought were cloud save and were not. And it was
Oh,
the worst thing that's ever happened to me because I lost all of my Zombie Army progress. And Zombie Army 4 is a genuinely good video game. But turns out you can just share saves. So one of my friends who'd beat it with me was like, "Here, I've unlocked a bunch of stuff." Handed me a save, I put it in my folder, boom. So at least you can do that. But it doesn't feel the same. It's not my save, you know?
it's your
Shut-
save now.
Shoutouts to early aughts SNK for losing the game code to multiple fighting games because their pre-mastering person just did not back them up, and when they moved offices to their new location, they literally lost all the code and all the existence, all the proof that they made. A couple of games actually, a bunch of the Neo Geo 64 stuff, fucking gone forever.
We've talked about this a lot on this podcast, but it is genuinely unbelievable how bad archival mastering was for a lot of companies, particularly Japanese companies in like the 90s. Like, it's really like my question to those of you who doubt this is like, have you noticed that the same 15 Sega Genesis games are constantly re-released every time there's a new place to get Sega Genesis games? Isn't it weird that like most of that fucking system's library is just gone from official sources forever?
I mean, you'd be surprised how many times, like, it's just there's one pre-mastering technician. They're hired to take care of all of this. They do all builds for every project. They archive everything, and they pretty much just have it all committed to memory. So, like, they'll have a spool of CDs or discs or RVT, whatever it is, sitting somewhere, and they'll be the only one that knows where everything is, what it all means, what's archived, what's saved where on the intranet or intranet or any of that. And then sometimes those people quit or get fired or just whatever. And then they call in a new guy who's got to decipher the old work and figure out what's going on because they just didn't have a log of any of this or any sort of like secondary person to learn all of it. It was all dependent on this one job, this one person. You know, it happened constantly.
Apparently, the rights to No One Lives Forever are in a warehouse somewhere, like on paper.
Yeah.
So it's an issue that extends beyond data, right? Like, literally.
System Shock's rights were in a fucking legal
Insurance
acquisition company or insurance company,
Yeah.
out in the UK that they don't even know how they got it. They just absorbed it through some fucking merger.
Yep. And then this guy I know, Stephen Kick, he ended up just buying it from them, and now he has the game. But for things like No One Lives Forever, which is another thing he's trying to acquire himself, they're like two different companies like, yeah, we think we own it, but we're not really sure, and it would cost more money to go find it in our, paper storage than it would be to like actually prove we own it. So it's like in limbo. I've heard other cases like sometimes this is actually malicious. There was a certain Sega Saturn RPG that I will not name that somebody told me when he was interviewing people about the game, was basically told that it was intentionally disappeared. The source code.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's this game I really want to play that, would cost me hundreds of dollars to acquire legally. If I wanted to, get myself a disc copy. Meanwhile, the discs are suffering from disc rot because Saturn era games were all pressed at like Philips plants, and those discs are poor quality. So like, you're just kind of out of luck when that happens, And it's presumably because somebody just wasn't interested in having that game around anymore.
So, in 2008, there was a warehouse fire at the UMG, the Universal Music Group.
Oh no.
That destroyed 70% of the masters they held, and they are one of the only major labels that has like close to like 200,000 recordings of like pretty much every famous musician you know ever. Like music history essentially was lost in this fire, and they told no one about it when it happened and pretended that it didn't exist for like a decade. They just they continued on, and again, like they have a pretty much a history of like exploiting musicians and shit like that. But it was this insane thing where they just like the fire came out and then they went, yeah, we know we didn't lose anything, and then like tons of artists found out like 10 years later that their shit was just destroyed, you know.
Didn't they have like Led Zeppelin remasters?
Oh
stuff?
god, everyone, yeah. Atlas was in there. Prince,
everything you could have wanted.
Whatchamacallit, Elton John, just like again, music history. Like there's a list of artists that you can like Google out there of just like fucking everything that was lost in that fire, you know.
I mean, my name Doc literally comes from working on a Boeing B-29, which is one of only 2 in the world that can fly again. Like, I love restoring airplanes. It's this thing I used to do as a volunteer, and I adopted my name from that. And when I see us losing history like this, it's very painful to me. You know, so I am like, I'm sitting here just nodding my head vehemently. Like, we have to preserve this shit. I've been thinking about like, how do I
like killed my soul. I'm like gonna cry.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how to make sure we have archives for like Adios, right? Until we public domain that. My intent is all my projects get public domained earlier than the legal requirement, which is like 100 years. I want them to be put in the public domain before I die. So, you know, I've been thinking a lot about how do you archive this shit? How do you distribute this shit? Because obviously I can't distribute, you know, Unreal Engine 4 source code and be like, yeah, this is copyright me. But, you know, that shit's complex.
Yeah, if anyone's curious about like the list of lost music, you can just go to like the Wikipedia article for the 2008 Universal Studios fires and click the list that scrolls down, and in alphabetical order it starts at 50 Cent and it ends at Rob Zombie. And it's just literally like everything in between is there if you're curious. But fuck these assholes then who are acting this way when they come and DMCA you over music that they might have burnt and destroyed and not told the artist that they lost.
This is why piracy is a moral imperative in the face of archival problems.
When you own what you own. But
I mean, I own copies of Silent Hill 2. Like, I can't really play them. Those discs are starting to go. Does it count if I own the useless disc?
It's weird, right? It's like the legal area is super like, no, you probably shouldn't go pirate a game that even though you literally own a copy of it. But most people I know are like, yeah, it's fine. Like if you're downloading something you definitely legit own, what's the harm, right?
I think the wildest thing is that I bought a movie from an independent movie person to support them, and then I couldn't download it off their website, and I had to go pirate it, even though I had literally just paid for them. And I'm gonna tell you what that movie is in this chat.
Okay.
And I thought it like the whole situation was completely
going and grabbing a copy of that on Fightcade. Oh, shit. All right. Well, anyway, let's go. Sorry, that was a mistake. All right. We got the hot tub meta that happened over the last 2 weeks.
You mean Germa Germa? Yeah, Germa destroying the hot tub meta as of yesterday.
So the first thing I saw was the Jesus stream where Jesus in the hot tub was doing numbers. And then I saw, yes, what was like old man sits in a cauldron, I believe.
Yeah, man. He was spinning a list of things to do, and I think one of them was like drink blood. But Germa could do anything. Hello?
Yes. No.
I actually thought the stream dropped for a second.
I don't have anything to contribute.
No. I'm just looking here because anytime you see that and it's just like here's a screenshot of like here's a bunch of hot tub streams and then here's the number one and it's just old man sitting in a tub and whatnot. Or what was the other one? Was it Geralt in the sitting in the tub as well? I believe was another stream.
Yeah, that was
going
PC
on.
Gamers. Yeah.
So yeah, good stuff. And as well as the someone that tweeted this out too, because there's a whole bunch of stuff going on about the redoubling of the Twitch DMCA stuff that's going on, and they're again just pretty much putting out another statement, which is effectively just kind of like, yep, they're sending another 1,000 or so claims out that they got, and there's still no real tools to help any streams catch this stuff in progress.
Oh no, of course not.
And what do we got? We got this person on Twitter who is Bunzel, who tweeted out they got a claim on their Twitch archive for the sound of running water on their stream.
Yeah, that's been a constant threat, is nature / water noise.
That's ridiculous. That's fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's where we're at apparently. I mean, look, I did a pretty thorough cleanse of all my VODs. I think I think in general we're mostly out of danger, but that kind of shit makes me scared because I'm like, what if a game I'm playing just has environmental noise that gets flagged? You can't.
Then you'll get flagged and you'll be fucked.
That.
And that's the end.
And apparently the OBS split recording feature that's supposed to like replace the noise automatically, that doesn't necessarily save it either.
Nope.
So
there's nothing that could. No, it's the same thing that I've been saying for a while. The whole problem is that there is no way to be prudent and protect yourself. So just hope it doesn't happen to you.
I was asked.
That is the solution.
I got a message from Twitch rep, and I asked about like, hey, like, is there anything to do to protect against like running water? And I'm awaiting a response. You know, we'll see.
Yeah, you're never gonna get one. Remember last week or the week before when I discussed how like, oh wow, your Twitch rep like answers your questions.
Mm-hmm.
They don't answer me because I ask them questions that require actual real answers, and they don't have them, so they just don't respond.
I see.
God, I'm like sitting here as a game dev going, okay, how can I make sure that my games don't have things that would get you all in trouble, right? Because like, fucking Half-Life 2 has sound effects that were used in Eight-Legged Freaks, and I'm pretty sure it's just because they use the same source library. Valve's not stealing it, right? I'm pretty sure they have the legal right to use it, but like, how do you know that the person who owns that library isn't going to go to a streamer and be like, hey, you don't have the rights to this. Valve does, but you don't. Like, God, that's a mess.
You can't, because even if you did do your due diligence, there's nothing to do when somebody rips out the soundtrack to Adios and illegally puts it under their own name under YouTube or Twitch's solution, and then grabs people using your thing.
There's always that.
To me. I streamed Resident Evil. Like, I'm not like a streamer, right? But I occasionally stream games, and I streamed Resident Evil 4, and I got a copyright strike because some obscure Russian dude sampled the RE4 safe room music for his rap.
Yeah, that's his. He invented that. He owns it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was claiming the rights to Capcom's music.
So what's usually nice is a game that'll have a music stream option in the settings, where you can click a button that'll just be like, hey, it'll get rid of anything that would otherwise trigger a copyright or whatever. What was I playing recently that had that? Was it Control? I think
Disco has it. Disco. Control has it.
Control, yeah. So
Cyberpunk has it,
fantastic
except
option.
it didn't work.
But it didn't work. In Cyberpunk, it was a fucking lie. Exactly. So that's the thing. Providing it works, Yeah. Well, anyway.
Also, Control's best moment is like completely ruined with that option on.
Oh my god, that part gets taken out?
Take Control? Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god. I would
Dead
have thought they owned
silence.
that.
A musical moment.
Wow.
That sucks.
The same thing that happens in Alan Wake when you're defending the rock stage, where that is copyrighted, and the answer is that is a real band that they got to do those songs for the game, but the band still copyrighted them.
It's just nothing you can do. I mean, all of like the moments in Death Stranding where like it cuts to churches, like those that's real music, that's popping up. I don't saying like replace it with a generic like non copyrighted track is probably worse than silence, but
it also doesn't help because somebody can just illegally upload the non-copyrighted track and say that they own the copyright on it.
That's true too. The intro to Paper Mario Thousand Year Door has a little jingle that apparently belongs to a mid-aughts scene emo band that decided that anyone who plays Paper Mario has to fucking pay them royalties on your video uploads because they own the jingle from Paper Mario. Like, just the first come first serve thing is not fucking anyway. Whatever. We've been talking about this for years.
Let's just abolish copyright entirely.
Sounds good.
It's gone.
All right. Look. You seen this Cruella shit?
I'm going to be watching it after this podcast.
Okay.
It was originally supposed to be prior to the podcast, but the schedule got tight and we were going to have a long podcast anyway. But yes, I have seen this Cruella shit. I will give you a full report next week.
Okay, good. Because there's some spoilers flying around about the, the defining moments that of this character, and if you want to watch out, you want to not catch anything out there if possible, because there's some stuff. But I look forward to your report on it. There's a link.
This is the hack movie equivalent of something called Poe's Law. Are you familiar with Poe's Law?
What's Poe's Law?
It's if you satirize a point of view that's extreme enough, unless you say this is satirical, it's impossible to actually tell the difference between the real thing and the satire.
So
this is the thing people made up as a joke.
Exactly.
And it
the
is
punchline you tell about what
and
the backstory of Cruella de Vil would be if you were to go and do this turns
as
out
a result,
to be real.
When the movie came out, despite people saying that this was the thing, everyone was like, no, it's not. That's the joke people were making. What's the real thing?
Yeah, those Dalmatians, man. You gotta watch out. So yeah, no, that's where that comes from. And I, to be perfectly honest, I mean, that's almost identical to what's happening with the Powerpuff Girls script now as well, where it's just like, this is a joke, right?
Confirm that for being real.
this is not real, and then it's like, nope, this is super real, and that's why the script is out in full, and then you're kind of like, oh, so this will look. When I piece it together, the first story I read about the Powerpuff Girls live action thing was that it was being reworked and reshot. Then the leak happened. So that to me sounds like a Sonic the Hedgehog movie style. We're just going to fake leak this out and see how people respond to it, because there's a debate over whether this should change or not internally.
There's absolutely no way the Powerpuff Girls thing leaked as a result of that.
Really?
Because they fucking DMCA claimed the account that put it out and killed it. They did not want people to see that shit.
Oh, man.
I can see why, too. I read that.
Yeah, moveon.org, everybody. Holy shit.
That also confirms it for being super real then, right? When it gets claimed.
Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I've never read something that bad after film school, and I didn't think it could get that bad. It makes me want to die inside, like just shrivel up and turn into dust and blow away. It's the most soul-crushingly bad writing. Like, somebody got paid to write that.
Well,
I don't know how.
So it's Diablo Cody, right? And here's the thing. I like Juno. I'm one of those people. I enjoyed that movie.
He had a hamburger phone in his house. I have seen it.
I legitimately enjoy the film. I don't know what she was doing here, man. I don't know. But anyway, it's being reworked is the terminology. So
yeah, rework it into the ground. That's what Pat says. That was a smart thing Pat did.
Watch out for Dalmatians, y'all.
Unironically, Dalmatians do bite people. Dalmatians are notably terrible dogs with children.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I just have the firefighter image in my head.
No, so for example, Paige got bit by a Dalmatian when she was a young girl. And when the 101 Dalmatians came out, when that movie came out, there was a run on puppies for kids. And it was a huge problem because Dalmatians are bad with kids. They bite them.
Damn.
I've got a friend with a pair, and he loves them. They sound like absolute sweeties, so...
Oh, absolutely. Every particular breed of dog has the ability to be the nicest dog in the world, but you have to train Dalmatians, and they are naturally... Like,
the temperament.
This fat piece of shit walking around, a kid, like, slapped him in the face yesterday, walked up to him and went, "Doggy!" and went, "Pat!" right on his face. And this stupid fuck just went, attention, right? That's his temperament, baseline, right? So you socialize him, and he's done. He can be around babies. The worst thing he'll do is lick the baby get gross, right?
Now, I
Some
noticed
breeds
that
of dogs, you need to train them not to do that.
I noticed that Paige did not grow up to want to murder every Dalmatian in sight and turn them into a coat.
We don't know that yet. She's got years on her yet.
There's time.
In this book?
Mm-hmm. All right. Moving on. Over the weekend, rumors began stirring about a Final Fantasy spin-off from Team Ninja. Sources believe this to be true. Apparently, Final Fantasy Origin is in public alpha and set for this summer, or is going to be in public alpha set for this summer. Have you heard anything about this?
I've heard the same thing that you heard. I think it's kind of weird because FF16 has got Devil May Cry 5 staff on it, and this feels like a kind of weird overlap.
Yeah, again, I don't like bringing rumors to the docket, but this is from a source that is apparently reputable. Team Ninja. I mean, hey, like, Neo's fire. So...
It's true.
By all means.
Can't wait for Final Fantasy Other M.
They've grown. They've grown.
Actually, they've shrank.
Well, whoever it is that makes Neo and Neo 2 is fucking incredible. I mean, that's like just good ass video game.
Speaking of people who lost source code, though, they lost Ninja Gaiden Black.
Yep, they totally did.
What?
Yep,
Wow.
that's why we're getting Sigma and not Black, because they actually lost Black.
Oh, that's just archive, guys. Archive. Come on. All right. Well, so yeah, rumors of that going down, and then lastly over here, just a little tidbit that explains something that, you know, it kind of bothered me, but in the end it was fine. Apparently, Wreck-It Ralph, the screenwriter Phil Johnston, admitted that Zangief was a part of the Bad Anon meeting, and he was considered a bad guy only because, as a kid, his inability to beat him made him think Zangief was bad to me and mean. So essentially, even though Zangief is not a villain, he was put in the villains meeting because he was annoying to fight.
Because throws are cheap. Stop throwing.
And I'm like, you know what? That reasoning is like, that is terrible, but fuck it, because he makes that scene. It works.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, throw the cannon in the trash. You know, they found a way to make it work. Dumbest reason ever.
I would like him to meet my nice dog. He is not a bad guy.
All right, let's just take some letters and get out of here.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. We'll read it. Maybe it's probably going to be a bad letter, and we won't read those ones, but we would read it if it was good. So if we don't read your letter, that's because it was bad. Yes, all of you.
All right, we got one coming in from XBB saying, showing your work is real. Hey, Pat and Wolves, showing your work is absolutely a real thing. For example, if you're involved in advising how a lockdown needs to be, how long a lockdown needs to be, and you need to discuss things like population density and distribution, testing capacity, the effects on your R0, and every other variable that can and will get questioned politically by policymakers. If your job involves writing anything that will get peer reviewed, you have to show your work. So, that's
just be so smart they all take your word for it. Come on.
Okay. That caps off the little math talk from last time.
Just be better at math. Be so good at math that no one needs your work. You know what that reminds me of? There was some big New York building. I forget what it what currently is, but they ran, the building a big skyscraper until somebody calls up the architect when they're halfway done and goes, "Hey, how are you gonna deal with the crosswinds?" I go, "What are you talking about?" And they go, "Well, I mean, I'm looking at the building. It's rated for this, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." I was like, "What happens when New York crosswinds hit it?" And they're like, "I don't know. Hold on." And they do the math on it. It's like, "Oh, it'll fall the fuck over and take out like 10 city blocks."
Jesus Christ.
Shit. We're just gonna weld supports to the side of the building for weeks. And the only reason it's not a big gigantic story is because the fucking New York newspapers were on strike for that time period, because that fucking skyscraper was like lit up like a Christmas tree for weeks.
Oh my
God.
God.
I'll try and track down what building it was.
Is it one of those crazy eyesore ones that is shooting up?
It's a New York building. Maybe somebody in the chat recognizes, because I remember what it looks like. It's a very tall skyscraper that the bottom is a square, but there's only one support. Like where you would see 3 posts, there's only one, and it looks like it should fall over. And the answer is that it would have. People are saying that might be the Citigroup building.
Yep,
Yeah.
Citicorp Center.
Yeah, it's the Citigroup Center. Yeah, that's it. It was like somebody had to call them and be like, if you finish that building, it will fall the fuck over and blow up New York.
Cool.
And then there was a massive shit fight over where that call came from and who it was and whether or not they should have known ahead of time. Yes, they should have, etc.
I feel like they designed a Buster Sword for a building. Anyway. God.
Yeah. Look, we made a fancy building. Will it fall over? I don't know. Maybe.
Clay from PA says Darrell Willington and Patron recently picked up the Avengers game off of PlayStation. I don't know whether they put a Destiny game in here or not, but the thing is, okay, this is written in a
good email.
Way. Every level gives you a bunch of random side things to go pick up during the mission, all the while screaming at you for not doing the main mission objectives.
Oh, I hate that.
What other games scream at you for playing the game it was intended?
FF7 Remake does that.
They do chime up to be like, hey, yeah, let's do the thing, but it's not constant. It's not that constant.
FF7 Remake has a bunch of sequences where we're like, we gotta get out of here! Ah! And Tifa and Aerith or whatever are just like mad NPCs sprinting up and down the fucking road while you're like, well, maybe there's a
treasure
ocean 3 rooms over.
Yeah. Yeah, any game that's not like timing and action, like in Overworld, where you're like, I'm on a map, I'm safe. This is fine.
Tim Rogers points it out in his FF7 Remake review, and like I can't stop thinking about it because the way the game treats you, and modern games treat you to always look to the sides to see maybe there's going to be an item off to the side. It ends up in this situation where in like the pinnacle moment on the top floor of the Shinra Tower, when there's a literal like dotted line on the floor that says "Go here for cool epic moment," you're like, maybe what is there anything down near the elevators?
But what if there's a treasure?
Is there? Yeah. And then you try and walk over there and you hit an invisible wall and they're like, Cloud, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm doing the thing the game told me to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the thing the game taught me to do over and over.
That sucks. Don't do that. Gotta fucking get to the mission. Shy Ranger says, Darrow, Wolf Gamelon, and Pat of Evil. In Zelda CDI, not only does Link have to use his sword to slash at enemies, but also slash at townspeople, because that's how you talk to them. It's stupid, but the game actually justifies it. The tutorial says you're using a smart sword that knows who's good and who's bad, and if they're good, it won't hurt them, it'll just make them talk. Yes, it makes them talk too. Can you think of any other really stupid in-game explanations for a mechanic? I can think of a bunch of good ones, but bad?
Mass Effect 2's justification for heat clips in Mass Effect 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's great. It's so stupid. It's great. It's like in Mass Effect 1, they're like, okay, you're using Mass Effect field to fire a near atom-sized piece of metal at near light speeds at a low mass initially, and then it speeds up and gains its own mass, so it'd be super powerful. And that keeps the gun cool and a clip of infinity everything. And then they go, shit, the cooldown mechanic for these guns is terrible. Everyone hates it. People want reloads. So they go, well, out in the crime parts of the universe, they use heat sinks, so all the heat goes into the heat sink, and then you swap out the heat sink, and you're still using the same ammo. It's about ammo, but it's about the durability of the heat sink.
Oh, God.
And now the initial smart justification for the guns now makes the people who built the guns look stupid.
Because you solved the problem with step 1.
Yeah.
So now you have to create a new problem to allow
and like I think the reality of it is that in the fiction or whatever, they don't have the reloading like cooldown problem that the game player has. Because like you open up with the assault rifle for 10 seconds and it overheats. Like that does not seem to be a problem in other people's talking about it in cutscenes, in the book, etc. So whatever, but in order to change it, they have to make it different for the gameplay, but that jives with the fucking in-universe explanation that they spent a lot of time talking you about.
That's terrible.
It's super sucks, but at the same time, in Zaid's loyalty mission, there's a part where there's gasoline on the floor, and then Zaid gets to flick the heatsink into it, and then it catches on fire and burns a guy. And that guy's on fire.
So that saves it.
It's a cool little 5-second moment that you couldn't have had.
All right.
That's Mass Effect 2 in a nutshell, by the way, because it is a cool moment and it is enjoyable, but it exists at the direct, like, smashing in the face of something that was cool about Mass Effect 1.
Lastly here, Biggie says, "Dear average rollback fan and average Blitz enjoyer. With the shiny new VF5 remaster coming out, been looking at the characters to see if anyone seems cool to me. That's usually what gets me to pick up a fighting game, but so far the issue I've had is none of them grab me as far as I've looked. I'd like to give VF a shot, but I'm not really into these characters. That I can stay motivated for long. Is it petty for not wanting to get into a game because I'm not into any of the characters? Am I a dirty Tekken loyalist? Will Pat be mad if I keep saying the whole Virtua Fighter thing is lame?"
This is literally Virtua Fighter's primary problem. It is plain to the point of absurdity.
I
love those characters, but
I pick my characters that I like in fighting games based. I pick the games I like based on liking a character in the cast. So the opposite can absolutely be true. No, it's not petty. That's super duper fine and normal. And if nothing clicks, then nothing clicks. You know.
Yeah, VF is plain and simple and straightforward. Like literally nothing else is, and I can appreciate it, but even I think it would be a little like more out there. But take Jackie Bryant. You know what Jackie Bryant's super move is? He does a backflip.
Mm-hmm.
That's the flashiest thing Jackie Bryant's got, and that backflip is a motherfucker. But it's a backflip. You know what Lao Chan does? Dude, he has like a spin kick at the end of his combo, and it does a knockdown. That's wild.
No, Jeffrey's
right?
wild.
Like,
yeah. It's just that's what it is, and it's been that from day one. Stay true to it, and that's fine. Tekken has exploding heads and dinosaurs. You know, Dural does exist. To be fair, though. But, like, yeah, they're very, very grounded. And even Go, who's like, "Are you a zombie judo man?" And the game's like, maybe. You know, like, I go, okay, all right, just checking. Yeah, no, if it doesn't grab you, it doesn't grab you, you know? Not much I can say. But, like, again, like, if I kind of, I forgot his name, but, the monk, like, in 5?
Lei Fei.
Yeah, like, I thought he was, you know, kind of interesting looking, but for me, it was seeing his stances and play style that made me go like, yo, he seems really cool, you know? So, like, sometimes seeing them in action might, you know, show you a little something about them that just the raw design portrait doesn't show you. But in the end, if you bounce off of it, then you bounce off of it. No big deal, you know? Yeah.
Nothing to be done.
Alrighty, that'll do it. And again, apologies. We still came flying in over 4 hours here. So, Doc, thank you for sticking around and hanging in there.
I gotta go watch Cruella after this shit.
Say again,
I feel
sorry.
sorry for you.
Oh,
I was gonna say I've been having a blast, but you know, I'm sorry, Pat. Rip. Have a good time watching Cruella, a movie that's, according to some guy on Twitter, better than Taxi Driver.
I'm being made to watch it by the fiance, but that's how it works, right?
Listen, he paid to go watch Emoji Movie in theaters. Like, it, you know.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
This is.
This isn't a universal constant. I don't want to see every bad movie for the lulz. Only some.
I can respect that. I watched that Ninja Assassin movie one time, back to back with Avatar.
Which Avatar?
The 3D one by James Cameron.
You need to watch The Last Airbender, man. That's the good shit.
I don't think
you
I need
do.
to watch that.
You do. You need to learn about good screenwriting. You watch that shit.
Shouldn't I watch
my
the cartoon first?
god, Ninja Assassin. I forgot what that was until like it like took a second to come back. The one
Wait,
with
that's the real name of the movie? I thought
Yeah,
he was
no,
making like a...
the one with the Ninja Gaiden font, I think. Like,
That sounds right.
Yeah. No, there was a Ninja Assassin. Oh my god. Yeah, woo.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was
you
like
hit a button there.
modern era, like modern real world, but also ninjas are real and very cool, and it's just
Well, I mean,
yeah.
that's real.
I spent like 12 hours in a movie theater one day just watching movies because work called off and I didn't want to go home. So I was like, I'm not gonna sort mail tonight. I'm gonna go watch all of the movies that they're showing, and those just happened to be like in order. I watched some other. Oh, I think it was the remake of Taking a Pelham 1-2-3 that same day. Like I watched nothing but movies that day. So.
I think the craziest I'll just watch another one movie experience I've ever had was I forget what I was walking out of, but I was walking out of a theater with my pal Huggins, and we walked, and directly across from us was Inglourious Bastards, and nobody was paying attention, so we were like, "Yeah, fuck it," and we just walked in, and that was the second movie of the night. We did not check to see how long it was. That was a very, very extreme experience.
Yeah, on when Fantasia Film Festival comes to town in Montreal, like I usually do like a bunch of them, and I end up seeing like sometimes 3 movies in a day and things like that. And one of those was this movie called, I think it was Memories of Matsuko, that turned out to, I think it was like 4 hours long.
Nice.
And you're just like, there's a point at, like, I'm not against a long movie if I know and I plan and I go in knowing that this is what it's going to be. I'll watch the whole bloody affair for Kill Bill. I'm down for the long movie as long as I can
I'll watch
plan
one of
my
them
entry.
Lord of the Rings movies with the stuff that they
Extended
added to
cut,
it.
yeah. But getting the surprise like extended cut on you is fucking rough. Man.
This is kind of an asshole thing because like you should probably check to see beforehand. It's not like the movie lied to you, but it feels like the movie lied to you
because it's Fantasia. You're buying like 10 movie tickets. You know what I mean? And you just kind of like, yeah, I'll grab this, and just go. You know. So I did not do my due diligence on that, and I fucking felt it. You know. Anyway. That'll do her. Thank you so much, Doc, for coming on. And
you're a great guest. Thanks a lot, man.
Everybody, check out Adios. Available now. It's a really cool game. I think you'll like it. It's good.
Doc, you want to pimp anything else, like your Twitter or what have you?
Yeah, my Twitter's at Docsquiddy, obviously. There's also, I think, at Mischief Develop is our studio thing, but I'm the one who runs it, so I'm never on it. You know, the more copies of Adios we sell, the more likely I am to eventually be able to make horse games. So, I mean, if you hate horses and want to see a game about a girl who shotguns them, you know, buy Adios. Buy the millions.
I want that. I already bought it, though.
That's true.
I even told people to buy it.
Yep. But I just want to make weird shit no one's expecting, you know? That's what the fun of it. I mean, I did just announce talk about horse games, so people are expecting horse game, but nobody really knows what's going to happen in horse game yet. You know, that's what I'm hoping for, though. Is Docsquiddy is the best place to find me on Twitter. There's also docsquiddy.medium.com if you want to read really, really long thoughts on video games. I think I have about 40,000 words just sitting there not ready to go because they're not done, but shitloads of essays. I write about game design for fun. I used to do it as a job. So
I don't have to complain about Destiny on Twitter anymore because I can just point people at Doc's Medium account and where he complained more than I did. And I don't have to do it anymore.
I wrote the last one about Destiny, I think is what I called it. Yeah. I don't need to write about it anymore either. I just link people to that one. It's like, here you go. These are my thoughts. I finished it.
Sunsetting Gears, the worst thing ever done by a human.
Mm-hmm. Definitely worse than War Crimes.
You know what? That's something I wanted to say about Mass Effect 2 earlier that we never got to. Every single member of the team is like war criminal, but flavored to their own particular type.
Yep.
Like every single one.
I remember reading somebody say the characters were deep because Jack seems angry, but actually it's because she's, you know, hiding that she's not actually angry or something. I'm like, yeah, that's not It's
Yeah.
not deep character writing.
I started my stream and everyone's like, "Man, why are you talking shit about Jack?" I'm like, "Cause Jack is terrible and I hate her." And everybody got mad.
God, I'm gonna fucking dive in eventually, and I don't. This is so weird, because I really liked one, but like I'm like all of this build, like everything I've heard over the last like 10 years, has just been like.
Well, you're coming to this like series of mythical games with like 10 years of weird baggage.
Yeah, that's the right way to put it. Weird,
You know what?
like osmosis baggage.
You know what you've never heard though? Anything other than the opinion that Rex rules.
He is cool.
Oh, absolutely.
Rex fucking owns.
I liked him a lot. I did. All right.
He's like the only character who doesn't change.
Yeah,
For the best.
He's great.
He's great.
All right, the podcast's done now.
Bye.
I release you, Wooly. Bye bye.